Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich heim in die Arbeit einmeinst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich heim in die Arbeit einmeinst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich heim in die Arbeit einmeinst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is when we watch the real far left, the furthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. We do not watch Democrats on Socialism Saturday because Democrats are not socialists. We don't watch Kamala Harris or Tim Walz because although they might be very progressive, they are not, in fact, socialists. And any right-wing influencer that tries to tell you that they are doesn't know what the F they're talking about. We don't watch AOC and Bernie Sanders or any of those people because even though Democratic Socialists of America have socialist in the title, real far-left radical revolutionary socialists don't actually consider them to be socialist. In fact, they denounce AOC and Bernie Sanders way more than they even denounce conservatives. No, we watch the real deal, the real people who are pushing every crazy idea in our society. If you want to know who is going to be protesting outside of the DNC when that happens in Chicago, it is the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's trying to abolish the police, defund the police, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's teaching your kids critical race theory, anti-racism in school, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's pushing gender ideology, transing kids, queering kids, attacks on parental rights, you guessed it, it is the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday. Because when you watch these people, you learn what they're doing, you learn how they're doing it, you learn their language, you learn how it shows up in the real world, so you don't look foolish on the internet when you're being like Republican influencers and calling everything socialism just because you don't like it. No, there are specific meanings to these things, and it's actually way scarier than you think it is by a mile and a half. And so that is what we do here on Socialism Saturday, guys. And please go ahead and mount the like button if you are wandering in. If this is your first ever Socialism Saturday, do let me know in the chat that this is your first ever Socialism Saturday. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not feeling great today. I'm not feeling great. I had to cancel my Bitchcraft call earlier. I apologize to all my supporters who were looking forward to our monthly Bitchcraft call, but I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. And I'm here for this. We're powering through. Socialism Saturday stops for no one. But I gotta admit, I'm not feeling great today, and it's my own damn fault. It is. Yeah, I had too much. I drank too much. Yeah, I did. Yeah. I had 4 beers on a 7-hour stream yesterday, and that was a mistake. And it's something I never do. I probably haven't had that much beer I haven't had that much beer on a stream in years. And I haven't even had that much beer, like, in one sitting in probably over a year, probably since Porkfest last year, because Porkfest is a giant camping trip. You're drinking beer all day. So it's like I I got hungover. I did. And I'm gonna tell you what too. I have some beer in my fridge here. I'm having a little hair of the dog on this stream. Don't judge me, but it's true that, like, when you're hungover, one of the things you can do to make yourself not hungover very quickly is to actually drink. And it really does help. We're not drinking to excess. We're not having 4 beers again today. I probably won't have 4 beers in a stream for another year. And by the way, 3 of those beers that I had were imperial beers, which meant they were basically 2 beers in one. So I drank mistakes were made. All right. Mistakes were made. Looks like we have some new people, though. I hope my hangover doesn't scare you away from your first Socialism Saturday. Victory Garden says, I think this is my first Socialism Saturday. Welcome. Welcome. We've also got Grizzle Snugs, kind of new, been watching previous ones. Your first live Socialism Saturday. I think it's going to be a great Socialism Saturday for newbies. Is anyone else new? Anyone else? Let me know if you're new in the chat. And guys, there's a reason that we ask if people are new on Socialism Saturday, because quite frankly, when you start watching socialism with us, it's a lot. All right? It's a lot. Burning Orchards is new. Awesome. Awesome. I hope Nicola. Well, I'm not. Apparently, the Groypers are very excited that I promised to go to Catholic Church if Nick will collaborate with me. I may have finally found the thing. I was like, Groypers, I'll let you try. I will let you convert me if you just if we can just if Nick will talk with me and we'll complain about the Trump campaign together. That's all I need to become a Catholic. That's it. So I guess we'll see. But right now we're watching socialism, which is actually more important. And if you are new to Socialism Saturday, watching socialism for the first time can be a bit overwhelming. It's not that you're dumb. It's not that you can't, you are not the problem in this. The problem is that when we start watching the radical revolutionary far left, they literally speak a different language. They might sound like they are saying the same words as us. They are not saying the same words as us because they're using they are saying the same words, but they're using completely different definitions for those words. And so when you start watching socialism, it's going to sound like word salad. That's what we get a lot in the chat, is people saying they're not even saying anything. It's word salad. It's not word salad. It's just that you don't understand it yet. It doesn't, hang on. This is not what we do. And I know you're new, but like, I need people to refrain from debunking them. The reason that we don't debunk them is debunking them is not actually going to solve the problem. They're not going to listen to you anyway. The purpose of Socialism Saturday is to understand their perspective, to understand their language, to understand how they're showing up in the world. And if we spent all of our time debunking them, we would literally never spend any of our time understanding them. So I do ask people to refrain from debunking, even if you really want to. You can tweet it. You can think it to yourself. You can write it on a piece of paper. Just don't bring it into the chat, because if you bring it into the chat, I'm going to tell you not to debunk them. And the reason is we need to be listening to what they're saying to understand the context of how they're using the language, to understand the strategies that they're using. And if all you're ever doing is listening to own the libs, you're not actually listening to them, and you're not actually going to understand them. Exactly, Mike. We are here to study the enemy. Just because you study the enemy, just because you listen to the enemy, just because you understand the enemy, doesn't mean you agree with the enemy. I think these people are batshit insane. But we need to understand them if we're going to be able to defeat them. And yes, it is understandable wanting to debunk them. I totally get it, But the thing is, and I've learned this over the several years we've been doing Socialism Saturday now, is that every time people are putting energy into debunking these things, they're not listening to what people are saying. And so that's why we ask people to refrain. It's not that we're being mean. It's not that we're picking on you. There is a purpose to this. For people who are new to Socialism Saturday, you have to keep in mind that you are in a classroom right now. This is not like other streams on the internet. You are in my classroom. I am the teacher in the class. You are the students in the class. This is my classroom. I make the rules. I run the class. I will tell you if you're being unproductive. I will also give you positive reinforcement and feedback when you're doing things right. We do pop quizzes, stuff like that. If you don't like it, You don't have to be here. Nothing is keeping you here. If you don't like my tone, if you don't like my voice, if you don't like me, if you don't like the things I'm saying, if you're pissed off because I told you to cut the shit in the chat, there's the door. You don't have to announce your departure. Just go somewhere else. And the reason we have these rules is because we are actually doing an exercise here where we are studying what the left is saying. And we want to make sure that everyone in the chat can focus and learn as much as they can about what's going on, because ain't no one else doing this on the internet. I am the only person doing this on the internet. And if you think I'm wrong about that, if you find someone else doing it, please let me know. Please let me know. Honestly, I would love other people to be doing this stuff. So, but no one can ever give me an answer of who else is doing it. And so I'm taking the position that I am the only person doing this on the internet. So I get to set the rules. Okay. Now, I do think this is going to be a great day for newbies for Socialism Saturday, because even though it's August, our friends at Red May have peaked up. Now, Red May is run by radical revolutionary socialists out of Seattle. This is Philip. This is also the home of Sean. Philip went to Columbia. Philip is one of our, excuse me. Oh my gosh, my throat is not cooperating today. Philip is one of our favorite radical revolutionary socialists. He went to Columbia, and Philip is the organizer of Red May. Red May is a month-long event that happens with the radical revolutionary socialists in Seattle, where they have all these socialist meetings and socialist conversations, and they stream a lot of their stuff on the internet. Yup, this is also the home of Sean, the most handsome of all socialists. Indeed. New here, stupid question. Who are you referring to as the enemy? The socialists, the far left. We are not socialists here. We are not. People come into the chat and they confuse us all. And it's, understanding that we are not actual socialists. We're just watching socialists is part of the learning curve of Socialism Saturday. So we're not leftists. We're not socialists. We're not communists. We think you guys are crazy. Well, I don't know if you're a socialist, but we think they're crazy. We just watch them to learn. Yep. Sean is cute. He is, credit for him. Anyway, during the month of May, they put on all these events. This past May was kind of lackluster, to be honest. There wasn't a lot of good content. I was really disappointed. I don't know. Maybe Philip's not feeling well. Maybe something else is going on, but I felt really let down by this year's Red May. There just weren't as many good episodes. But Philip apparently is making it up to us, because in the last several weeks, they have a 3-part series called Marxism and the Capitalist State. So look at this. We have like 3 weeks of Socialism Saturday content just delivered to us on a silver platter from Red May. Thank you, Philip. We appreciate you. Philip doesn't always like me streaming his content. Philip once threatened to give me a copyright strike. And then I gently reminded Philip that he is a socialist and therefore does not believe in intellectual property. And so if he gave me a copyright strike, it was only going to be an indication that he doesn't actually believe the things that he says he believes. And wouldn't you know it, that copyright strike never came. So I like to think that Philip and I are friends now. I like to think that Philip likes me showing his content on the internet. And so look at this. We've got 3 weeks worth of content to get through. These are 2 hours each, which is a lot of socialism. 2 hours of socialism usually will lead to like a 4 or 5 hour stream. So that'll be great. I'm definitely not socialist or communist. What are you guys? Well, stick around. Listen, my audience is all over the place. My audience, I actually do have socialists and communists that come to Socialism Saturday to watch, because quite frankly, I know socialism better than many socialists do. And I find content they have no idea about. So we do actually have leftists, we have independents, we have libertarians, we have conservatives, we have Christians, we have dissident right-wingers, pretty much the entire gamut. I used to identify as an anarcho-capitalist. Now I identify more as a fascist, because I don't think the problems are going to be solved outside of fascism, but we are everything. We are everything. I like to think we basically hate everyone. We hate the right and we hate the left. We hate the Democratic Party and we hate the Republican Party. I like to think we're a little bastion of sanity on the internet, where just common sense prevails. At the end of the day, yep, we have grapers. We do. We have disaffected Democrats. We are a mixed bag of bratty rebels. We are the bad news bears. of the internet. You will learn more here than you will learn in any other place on the internet, I guarantee you. But yeah, everyone sucks. True. All right, so this is what we're going to be watching today. We're going to watch part 1. Let's see if they have a description. We're not jumping in just yet. I do have a couple other orders of business. I just want to see what this says. Oh, no description. Excellent. So we're really just jumping right in there. But I think starting with something Marxism and the capitalist state is a pretty good place to start. So that's what we're going to be doing, guys. Now, before we jump into it, I do have a couple other orders of business. Number 1, if you are new and you have not yet subscribed to my Substack, that is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. You're going to want to subscribe because my Substack is where I break down all of the best content from the far left. I do essays, I do video clips, I have podcasts on there. I have all sorts of content breaking down the far left in plain English. This is not academic ease. This is not James Lindsay and his 19 paragraphs to say something that a couple of sentences would sum up just nicely. I break down content in plain English that anyone can understand about what the left is doing, what the words mean, and all that good stuff. Now, right now, I'm working on the Substack on this thing called the Re-Education series. I've written 5 of them and an introduction this week. And I'm just working on banging out a whole bunch of these. These are short articles. Basically, if people are new to my content, this is going to be a really great place to start because people have been asking me for years, Carlyn, do you have like an onboarding thing to just bring people up to speed? Because you kind of like basically what we've been doing is I just throw people into the deep end of the pool and I say, come watch socialism with us. And then they get overwhelmed and and the learning curve is a little hard. So I'm doing my best to break down the content in a way that new people can come on board and get up to speed really quickly. I also do have, if you go to the How to Speak Socialist section of the website, it's right up at the top. This is probably the very best place to get started. This is my How to Speak Socialist 4-hour on-demand crash course. And what this is over a 2-part series, I show you dozens and dozens of clips from far left socialist trainings. So when I tell you, here is what socialists believe, here is what socialists are saying, this isn't coming from me. This is coming from real world socialists because that's what we look at. I don't look at the philosophy. I don't look at the historical development. We're not going to go back and read the Communist Manifesto because we actually already did that years ago and we're not doing it again. There are a lot of people talking about the philosophy, the literature, the books, the papers, the long march through the institutions, the historical development of this. There are a ton of people talking about that. And so I'm not trying to dismiss it. But what we do is we listen to what the far left is doing in the real world. That is all I am concerned about. And everything that I tell you are things that I have socialists and far leftists saying on video so that you don't ever have to believe me. You don't have to take my word for it. I will show you what they're saying and then you can decide what to think. In addition to watching all these videos, I also go undercover at their events. So I mingle with them in the wild, although it's getting a little bit more dangerous for me to do that because they're starting to know who I am. And so I have actually been in their private spaces with the door closed when they're not recording, and I bring that knowledge to it as well. I just explain this because I want people to know that I'm not talking about my ideas on this show. I am telling you what I have heard these people say over and over and over again. I've watched thousands of hours of this stuff. I have driven myself insane to teach you guys what is really going on because the far left, or excuse me, the right, the conservative right, they have no idea. Conservative influencers have no idea about this stuff. They just use it as a talking point to rile up their audiences and to make money. James Lindsay is a sellout shill who has been lying to his audience for God knows how long. So everything I teach is grounded in what is going on in the real world right now. How to Speak Socialist over on the Substack is a great kind of crash course if you're just getting into that. You can also do the Re-Education series. You can find the full Re-Education series under the Woke Mind. We've got 5 articles up right now. This is the introduction. So I'm trying to send out a new article every single day. I don't know if I'm going to get one done today because, again, I just wasn't feeling great because I drank too much beer yesterday. I apologize. But like I'm trying to get as many articles out in the month of August, like kind of like a back to school. And that way we can all get up to speed and then we can hit the ground running in the fall when kids are going back to school because schools are one of the places that we pay close attention to. So if you want to support the work I'm doing, The very best way to support me is by heading over to the Substack, signing up for free email updates, but also signing up for a membership, $8 a month, $80 a year. When you support my work, you get access to a variety of perks. That includes Zoom calls with me every single week that are private, that are unrecorded. It includes access to the supporter Discord. Just as a programming note for the supporter Discord, usually in the supporter Discord, we do movie nights on Sunday. I don't know if we're going to be doing movie night tomorrow because, and I'm not going to say too much, there's been everyone is fine, but there's been a little bit of an emergency with Jennifer. Everyone's fine. I just don't know if Jennifer is going to be able to make it to movie night tomorrow. So usually we do movie nights on Sunday night. I will be keeping people up to date on if we're going to be doing it tomorrow. But we will be probably doing it next week, even if it doesn't happen tomorrow. So anyway, these are some of the perks you get for supporting the work I'm doing. I am 100% grassroots funded by you, and I really appreciate the support. Another way you can support my work is by heading over to the Unwoke Art merchandise store. That is unwokeart.com. Link in the description below. And I've got a couple new t-shirts up in the Unwoke Art store. We've got, of course, our limited edition August Plague Doctor shirt, where I do a different Plague Doctor design every single month. And that's a limited edition t-shirt. And I've been wanting to do this one for a while. What I really wanted to do was a Plague Doctor that looked like an old school tattoo design with a big red background. That didn't quite work out, but I think that Plague Doctor is pretty rad. I love the August shirt, so that's going to be great. And just earlier today, in honor of the Groyper War that is commencing, I'm kind of inspired by this whole Groyper War thing. I've got a couple ideas for t-shirts. Now, I'm not going to do a Groyper specific thing because I'm just not going to do that, but I did make a frog shirt that said anti-hero. As you guys know, this is the year of the anti-hero. I said back in January, this was going to be the year of the anti-hero. That's why I had that Plague Doctor design. I consider the Plague Doctor to be like one of the ultimate anti-heroes. I'm very inspired by this idea of the anti-hero. I consider myself to be an anti-hero in many respects. And I love that Nick Fuentes has declared Groyper War against the Trump campaign. I think that makes Nick an anti-hero. And so I did decide to do this anti-hero design with the frog. And look, we've got it in all sorts of colors. Black, of course, but lots of greens. I very rarely do green t-shirts. Got it in the navy, olive green, got a purple one just for the ladies or anyone that likes purple. It's a great purple. We've got dark olive. We've got military green. There's a navy one. That one looks really cool with the green, with the blue. I think it looks awesome. Anyway, that's one of the shirts you can get in the Unwoke Art store right now. All of the purchases do go to support the work I'm doing, and I really appreciate it. Lots of other great merch in the store as well, if you're looking for gifts and that sort of thing. All right. Let's get into it, shall we? Let's get into it. Oh, super chats. As a reminder, guys, I do have a $100 goal for super chats. That is another way you can support the work I'm doing. I will read every super chat on screen as long as they're appropriate, and I will respond to them. So if you want to do that, let's fight. If I get 20 people sending in $5, because you appreciate that we're probably going to spend 3 to 4 hours breaking down this socialism video, then we hit our goal, and that's great. All right, it's time for socialism. Everyone, settle down. If you have something fun to drink or to smoke or a snack or something, oftentimes that can make this go by a little easier. And please, laughing and joking in the chat is acceptable. Just don't get too rambunctious. Okay, this is a study time. This is a serious thing. We can make fun of them every once in a while, though. All right, if you have questions as we're making our way through it, especially for all you new people, if you have questions, please ask them. Okay. And even if it feels like a stupid question, even if you don't understand the definition of a word, if you don't understand why they're making the argument they are, please ask the question in the chat, because I will answer it. My mods, what the hell? Oh, it just started on its own. I was like, my computer is possessed. What just happened? Anyway, we love questions. We love helping people learn this stuff. So let's get this party started without further ado. A strawberry watermelon lemonade? That sounds great, Susie. Sean! Why can't I hear Sean? Why can't I hear him? Is that on his end?
I just really want to give pumped and excited to read it.
Sean, the most handsome of all socialists, is back. That's exciting. It's good to see you, Sean.
July series.
Okay, let's start again. Sean is muted.
Welcome to our July series with Red May on Marxism and the capitalist state towards a new debate. I'm here today with Nate Holdren and Jasmine Chorley-Scholes. Very excited for this. We have been working on this thing for a little while. Had a little bit of a health intervention for a minute and was a bit of a toss-up, and now we're back at it. Very excited.
See, I told you something happened.
I remember when this book came out last year. I was pumped and excited to read it. Hadn't had my hands on it yet, and watched a great talk from many of the authors and editor authors as well with the Marxist Education Project, and was watching it at my warehouse where I work with my coworkers. You'd think, oh, this is dull. Why is this guy doing this to us? Why are we listening to lectures? And walked away from that. We all went to the bar afterwards, had this long conversation. Everybody was really interested and fascinated by the topics they were hearing, and felt like a new vantage and approach to thinking about communism and socialism and Marxist analysis. So I can say the proof is in the pudding for the book for me. If you are interested in checking the book out, there are a number of ways to procure it, including buying it, as well as other things. But if you're not sure and you want to maybe take a tiptoe in, feel it out, over at Marx and Philosophy Review of Books, Tony Smith has an amazing review of the book, just in-depth, excellent grasp of all of the thought and concepts therein. As Nate said before the event started, in this back room we have over here, if you read that review, you'll know whether you love it or you hate it before you start it. Before we introduce our panelists today, I also just really want to give a shout out to the editors of this collection, Rob Hunter, Raphael Kachachurian, and Eva Nanopoulos. It is such a great collection of work that they arduously put together, and have done their part in connecting people around the world with this text. They also wrote, maybe hands down, one of the best, clearest, and most thoughtful introductions to a book that I've seen in a while. So check the introduction, read their thought, read their analysis, get caught up in the space that we are working in contemporary Marxism today.
What the hell
now
was
I'm going to
that?
introduce our panelists. They're each going to talk for 15 to 20 minutes. Then we'll have a little bit of discussion amongst ourselves, and then open it up for questions. Make sure to put your questions in through YouTube, or send them to us via Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, email, send me a postcard, whatever, we'll take care of it. Okay, so introducing first Jasmine. Jasmine Chorley-Scholes is a political science PhD candidate at the University of Toronto. Her dissertation is on
Shocking.
class, state, and social formation in military and security relations. Jasmine is an editor for Legal Form.
A socialist PhD.
Also, if you
I
haven't
never
checked out
would've
Legal
thought.
Form, please read. Become a dedicated reader to Legal Form. We're also here with Nate Holdren. Nate is a legal historian of labor, disability, and employment relations at Drake University. His writing appears at Organizing Work,
Drake
Legal
University
Form,
is the U.S.
Bill of Health,
university. I forget
Time,
where.
and the Legal History blog. His first book, which I cannot recommend enough, is Injury Impoverished: Workplace Accidents, Capitalism, and Law in the Progressive Era. We're going to start with Jasmine and then work our way over to Nate.
All right. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. It's very nice to be here at Red May for the first time as a speaker, not the first time as an audience member. So thank you to our wonderful organizers. as we said, the book we're here to talk about today is called Marxism in the Capitalist State. And I also want to thank our amazing editors.
Actually, this is a great question from Dub. Allegedly, at the yearly Burning Man festival, one does not use nor spend money. Well, you do spend a lot of money on Burning Man. You just may not spend it at the festival. Rather, they use money and cash. Attendees exchange, trade resources. If true, is that socialist and communistic? I mean, there's certainly something very socialist about Burning Man. But I also think that it's one of those things where I think just the nature of what Burning Man is going to attract more leftist types. And listen, it's not that you can't use money at Burning Man, because I promise you people do use money at Burning Man. But like there, it's just like, it's more of like, it's a barter system. Like you're trading resources, stuff like that. It's a little bit more organic. It's a very artsy thing. And so I wouldn't say specifically that it's designed to be socialist or communistic necessarily, but just the nature of what the event does have like that commune, like it's very driven around like that community of people, that type of person. And so I think there are certainly elements to it that you could say this is probably how it would work out in a socialist society, but I don't necessarily think the event itself is like a socialist thing. It's more like an artistic thing. So if people have different answers than me, let me know in the chat.
Rob, Raphael, and Ava. My contribution is called Soldiers in the State in Marx and Engels. And this chapter offers an interpretation of Marx and Engels' own writing on soldiers, which is a
they do a lot of crazy things at Burning Man
on the state and generally. So it's going to be a bit of a history of political thought style talk. Maybe I should have had slides, so there'll be a lot of quotations, but if you're interested in seeing the quotations up close and personal with footnotes, they're all in the chapter. So I'll do my best to bring you all along as I'm talking. Okay, so why the soldiers? Why the state? What our governments do internationally is to generalize the part of political life that we seem to have the least democratic control over. It seems that the best we can usually hope for is to express our convictions loudly.
Listen, I have some experience being covered in Fago, okay? That's all I'm going to say. I have some experience with this. We'll just leave it. If you know, you know.
Enough that politicians may choose to opt for certain phrasing over others. But like other areas of social life where we feel alienated and powerless, healthcare, education, housing, the ruling class are not the ones who make all these things possible. The rest of us are, right? Through our work. This is the core of alienation. Our labor is what powers the world, but we have very little democratic power over how that's done, how it's planned, to what ends our labor is put, political decisions. And as I hope is clear, by calling something work or labor, I am not saying that it is morally good. Marx wanted to abolish wage labor, after all, not applaud it. So maintaining and using
What does it mean that wage labor would be abolished? Marx wanted to abolish wage labor. Okay. What does that mean? What does that mean in terms of how they want to change society? What does that mean in terms of how that would impact me and you if the Marxists get their way and socialism is brought to America? Because, by the way, that is the goal, guys. They want to overthrow the current United States government. They call it the capitalist government. They want everything in society to be run based on Marxism. So what does it mean if Marx wanted to abolish all wage labor? Well, it would make us a slave, but give me a little bit more. What is that? Practically speaking, what does that mean? It means you get everything for free, but you work for it. Okay, a little bit more, please. They do actually want to abolish money. They want to abolish money. They want to abolish all banks. Yup. Money would be replace something like a voucher or a ration or something like that. Unlimited number of hours of work. Yeah, I mean, isn't it ironic? You want to abolish wage labor? Well, let's see what is going to replace wage labor. Rather than earning from working, each is assigned a task and then given what they need to live. That's exactly right. It means we would all have a job assigned to us by the state. You don't get to pick your job. And if you don't show up and do your job, you don't eat. We get a scheduled amount of goods based on equity. Yup, the state provides your housing. The state provides all your health care. The state provides all your education. The state provides all your energy. The state provides all your food. The state decides what you get, how much you get, when you get it. This is what's going to replace wage labor in their future socialist utopia. Yep, exactly. Removing financial compensation is a motivation because you become dependent on the state for everything that you need. You don't work, you don't eat. You're no longer working for money, you're working for food. Or not to get sent to the salt mines or the re-education camp or something like that. Lots of great answers in the chat, guys. Well done.
Military institutions requires people to carry out work, and all kinds of work, right? This is ultimately what my chapter makes a case for: attention to the labor that comprises the state. And in particular, I'm looking at kind of the most exceptional form of labor, right? The labor of legitimate use of force, violence, killing, hurting other people. But there's so much more work that goes into the military, right? And there's a lot of really interesting historical work on this, from construction to the sex work that occurs always around military bases. There's such a wide range of work that goes into it. And this is just one specific form of work that I'm studying. And I want to focus on one particular section of my chapter today, where I discuss the cooperative character of both industrial production and industrial militarism to compare two important sites of social life where the cooperative power of labor, whether as soldiers or as workers, appears in the fetish form of a power of capital or of the capitalist state. Fetish is like one of these, can be jargony Marxist words, but I think it's pretty straightforward. The state does have objective power that we can see, but kind of what makes up that power is kind of obscured at the same time. So there's always kind of these two dimensions going on, right? If you've read Marx's Capital, there's this kind of amazing power of capital that is, unique to the capitalist moment. And then he peels back all the layers and you see that there's actually all this surplus labor going on under the surface. So that's kind of the comparison I want to draw out today. So in many ways, the military is a lot like other state institutions. It's historical, right? It's not some kind of ideal form that drops from the sky and always looks the same way in all places and times. It's embedded in historical dynamics. It emerges from class society, meaning a society that has class divisions.
Hang on.
It shares the underlying social relations.
Hang on. Are you a socialist? So I need you to stop spamming my chat because what you're doing is distracting to the exercise that we're doing. We don't mind you being here. We don't mind you putting in your 2 cents. But if you're just going to spam my chat with things that aren't relevant to try to get your point of view across, I'm not going to allow that. Our goal here is to listen to the video, to break down the video, to learn. If you want to chime in on different things, you're more than welcome to do that. But I don't want to see any more of what's going on in the chat right now. I would appreciate that. I love it when H.G. Tudor talks about queer Marxists. I wish he did it more. But it's a treat. Oh yeah, that's right. You sent me a video where H.G. Tudor was talking about, I guess, the trans people, the trans narcissists. I do want to watch that at some point. It's just been like a busy week. I haven't watched H.G. Tudor in a while, to be honest. It just like he started creating so much Meghan Markle content that I was just like, and it was just the same thing over and over and over. And I was so bored. Thanks, Naruto. Appreciate it. Yes, everyone would make the same. And it wouldn't be pay like you're saying it. It would be everyone has access to all the resources. We are all equally rich. We are all equally poor.
Of the rest of the society it's embedded in. So in our case, capitalist society. Its basis in class division and direction from the ruling class mean that it is necessarily an undemocratic form of politics.
Capitalism is an undemocratic form of politics. What does that mean? Capitalism is an undemocratic form of politics. For our purposes, let me ask it in a different way. Every time someone on the left says they want to protect democracy, they want to make the world safe for democracy, what does that mean? Yep, in capitalism, the people are not making the decisions, and that's why they believe that we do not currently have a democracy. Because democracy to the left means socialism. Exactly. Yep, our socialist friend chiming in, the capitalists control the state and the democratic process. That's why when leftists say democracy, they don't mean the system we currently have, they mean socialism. When leftists say they want to make the world safe for democracy, that means they want to overthrow our current US government and the entire system in the US and install socialism. Then get the fuck out. What did I say in the intro? If you don't want to be here, get the fuck out. No one's forcing you to be here. Perhaps if you listened more than you whined, you wouldn't be so confused.
It is necessarily an undemocratic form of politics. And while it is dependent on economic production, military force is in and of itself unproductive of capital. It does not extract surplus value from soldiers the way, like workers in the proverbial kind of factory setting. And the state and the military can only spend and consume state revenues. So the revenues that are presupposed by armed forces expenditure require production in the general economy, right? We know, I'm not an American, but we all know the size of the military budget is famously huge in this country. And that requires production in the general economy, right? Even if it's borrowed or financed in kind of more modern ways. So although the state does not extract surplus values from soldiers, like the kind of proverbial factory worker, there's a striking commonality between the concrete activity of capitalist production and of state coercive force, which is cooperation.
What people explaining Marxism never say when it comes from the socialist perspective is that the worker agreed to sell their labor for the wage that they received. So socialists like this guy right here like to complain a lot about how the profit motive of the evil capitalists and all these people create so much more profit than they get paid. And that's why capitalism is bad, because people create more profit than they're paid for. Well, that's the whole point. As a worker, you sell your labor, you sell your time, you sell your expertise, you sell whatever it is to a company or to a person that is willing to pay you money. You negotiate about what your salary is supposed to be. You show up to work, You do the agreed upon task, you get paid the salary. If you work for a competent employer, the work you produce will create profit for the employer. That is the entire effing point. And this is what socialists never say. They never remind people that the worker agreed to the salary in the first place. No one is being exploited. You can quit your job. You can go get another one. You can develop skills that get you into a better job if you're not happy with the job you have right now. But when you took on that job, you agreed to do it for a salary. You don't get to then come in and say, I'm worth so much more because I say so. No, that's not how that works. That is absolutely not how that works. If you don't want to do the work for the salary that you're being paid, don't accept the job. The recourse for the worker is you go and get another job. No one is forcing you to work at that job. No one forced you to accept that salary. This is the problem with the left. You guys take no personal responsibility for what you do in the world. You accepted the job. You accepted the salary. You're the one that chose to go in every day. If you don't want to do that job for that salary, then quit and go get another fucking job.
So in Capital, Marx defines cooperation and production in the proverbial factory as the state of affairs when numerous workers work together side by side in accordance with a plan, whether in the same process or in different but connected processes. And this form of labor is called cooperation. Cooperation is a qualitative change in production that arises from a quantitative change. Marx cites the example of, there's 100 men who could easily together lift a ton of weight, whereas one man cannot. 10 men would strain to do so. While the capitalist may pay for each worker's labor power of those, hypothetical 100 men, he does not pay for this feature of combined labor power, right? This qualitative change that occurs from the combination of all these people working together. The capitalist gets this extra power at no cost, and it appears as if it is inherent to capital because it occurs in the capitalist setting. Marx says that the fundamental form of the capitalist mode of production is cooperation. So Marx uses the commonality between capitalist production and military force to great rhetorical effect throughout Capital, as you may have noticed if you read the book before. So he compares them to demonstrate two crucial qualities. So firstly, this cooperative power of output, like what you can produce through cooperation.
You are not, this is a communist, by the way, you are not being exploited when you accepted the job, you negotiated the salary, you accepted the salary, you said, I will do this job in exchange for this money and these benefits. You accepted it. It is your responsibility. If you don't like what you're being paid, if you don't like how you're being treated, go get another job. There are millions of jobs out there. You can also start your own businesses. It's never been easier to start a side hustle. You can start a side hustle on the internet for free. I started my merch store for free with no inventory. You can start a side hustle. No one is forcing you to stay in your job if you feel like you're being exploited. You made that choice. And this is my biggest problem with the left, is that they take no personal responsibility. They think it is everyone else's responsibility to make sure that they feel coddled when you were the one who accepted the job, you were the one who accepted the salary, you are the one that makes the decision to work there, you are the one that makes the decision not to quit. You are the one that makes the decision to not go find a different job. You are the one that makes the decision not to develop skills if you feel like you're not getting paid enough to go to be a better position in the marketplace to find a better job. You are the one that is making all the decisions. You are not being exploited when you agree to it.
And also, on the other hand, the discipline, authority, and command over that cooperative power. So, for example,
if the working class, and I don't usually spend Socialism Saturday getting into a fight with literal socialists in my chat, but if this is the game you guys want to play, fine. If the working class cannot take responsibility for themselves, then they deserve to be ruled. I'm sorry. Life is not fair. We do not live in a world of rainbows and unicorns. We do not live in a world where everyone gets what they want the minute that they want it. If you cannot take responsibility for your decisions, for your agreements, you accepted the job, you accepted the salary. If you can't take responsibility for making your life better and you expect everyone else to do it for you, then you deserve to be fucking ruled. You deserve to be ruled by people who are better and more competent and more capable and practice more personal responsibility than you do.
Here's one of these kind of industrial military comparisons he uses. Just as the offensive power of a squadron or cavalry, or the defensive power...
And by the way, guys, right now in my chat, the socialists are calling for a violent overthrow of the United States. Because it's not that they just can't go get another fucking job. They really have convinced themselves that the only solution is to violently overthrow the United States government. That's what they're calling for right now in my chat. Because that's what they want. Socialists are some lazy motherfuckers. They are lazy motherfuckers in that they have no capability of managing their own lives. They have no they have no capability of just going out into the world and trying to do better. They really believe that the best way to get what they want is to violently overthrow the US government. These people are unhinged. They should never be allowed to have power. But when you have a bunch of crazy retards that convince themselves that they're really exploited, they're exploited by the evil system that keeps them down. It's not their fault for being stupid. It's not their fault for being incompetent. It's not their fault for being completely unread on what has happened every single time throughout history that socialism has been tried. It's not their fault at all. They're being exploited by the evil people. And when you get a bunch of unhinged retards in a room together and they go completely unchecked for years and years and years and years and years, then you get the socialists in my chat that are calling for the violent overthrow of the US government because they can't be fucking bothered to get a different job. I'm not arguing with the socialists anymore. And if the socialists want to keep causing problems in my chat, I'll just ban you guys. We're here to watch the video. We are not here to deal with your fucking leftist bullshit.
Of an infantry regiment is essentially different from the sum of the offensive or defensive powers of the individual soldiers taken separately. So the sum total of the mechanical forces exerted by isolated workers differs from the social force that is developed when many hands cooperate in the same undivided operation, such as raising a heavy weight, turning a winch, or getting an obstacle out of the way. I'm sure like many of us can think of examples where we have experienced this kind of thing, where you feel quite powerless as an individual person, and then you're working together with many, many other people, and all of a sudden you can achieve something that you never thought would be imaginable as an individual. So in the course of valorizing capital, the cooperative labor process also generates incredible revolutionary power. Thus, for the capitalist, their command over the power of that productive mass is incredibly important. Cooperation develops revolutionary potential as the labor, quote unquote, strips off the fetters of his individuality and develops the capabilities of his species. But it does so initially for the purpose of capitalist accumulation. So the task of controlling this power is again an opportunity for Marx to draw a military comparison. He says that a capitalist should command in the field of production is now as indispensable as that a general should command on the field of battle. He elaborates on the various roles subordinate to command, right? He says an industrial army of workers under the command of a capitalist requires, like a real army, officers, comparable to managers, NCOs, comparable to your foremen, your overseers, who command during the labor process in the name of capital. So we see this kind of comparison of a chain of command. The military metaphors call to mind this tremendous power of a cooperative mass of people and a capitalist impetus to control that power. He says, as the number of cooperating workers increases, so too does the resistance to the domination of capital and necessarily the pressure put on by capital to overcome this resistance. So as with the military leader and his troops, alienation here has to be maintained by the capitalist. Hence, the interaction between their various labors confronts them in the realm of ideas as a plan drawn up by the capitalist and in practice as his authority, as the powerful will of a being outside them who subjects their activity to his purpose. All this immense cooperative power of labor appears as a power inherent in capital. And in the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels also use this comparison. They compare the domination in industrial production to the military. They say, quote, modern industry has converted the little workshop or patriarchal master into the great factory of the industrial capitalist. Masses of laborers crowded into a factory are organized like soldiers. As privates of the industrial army, they are placed under the command of a perfect hierarchy of officers and sergeants. And while rhetorically powerful, comparing the cooperative power of labor to military force also reveals the character of these things in a way that is more than just metaphor, I think. So the modern military, just like the capitalist mode of production, requires a mass of people working cooperatively. These masses are alienated from the means of production, do not themselves decide to what use they will be put, and are brought together to labor for a single entity, the state, under the delegated supervision and command of an external entity, officers, including promoted fellow workers, like non-commissioned officers. So only when they're brought together in this advanced form can they produce a qualitatively new force that is not only more powerful, but also intrinsically collective, Marx calls it. The concrete commonality between the productive industrial workplace and the consuming state military is the force of the organized cooperative labor of a mass of people subjected to the ends of a boss or a king or a president, in the case of this country. In production, workers' cooperative...
Notice they put president on the same level as boss or king. That's because they want to overthrow the government. They want to overthrow... See, the socialists that I just put in a timeout because we actually need to be able to breathe from their bullshit sometimes. The socialists that I just put in a timeout will tell you, we just want to control the factories. We just want to take over these big businesses. We just want to control the factories. That's it. You don't need to worry about us. We just want to overthrow. Overthrowing the means of production means that we just control the factories. No, it doesn't. It's not just about the factories. It's not just about the big international businesses. This is not just about having the equipment. It's not about any of that. They literally believe that a boss, the oppressor, the bourgeois, is the same thing as a king, is the same thing as a president. They want to overthrow. The only way that socialism works in this country is if you overthrow everything. When they overthrow everything, they want to get rid of all private property ownership. And don't ever get confused about, because what they'll say is, there's a difference between personal property and private property. Don't ever buy into that argument. If a socialist tells you, don't worry, we don't want your personal property, we just want to abolish private property, do not ever buy into that argument. It is a bullshit argument. When they say personal property, they mean things like your phone or your computer, things like that. And it's true. They don't want to take your phone from you. They don't want to take your computer from you. They don't want to take your books from you or whatever other stuff you might have. Here is what they mean, though, when they say private property. They want to abolish your ability to own a home. They want to abolish your ability to own land. They want to abolish your ability to own a rental unit that you rent out as an apartment or an Airbnb as a landlord. They want to abolish landlords entirely. They want to abolish intellectual property. So you can't come up and copyright your ideas and stuff like that. They want to abolish your ability to own a private business. And it doesn't matter if it's a small business. I own several small businesses. And they want to take that away from me. And like my merch store is a business into it itself. I'm its only employee. They don't want me to be able to do that because that's still a form of private property, because that business generates me money. And that money that I get that I make off that business is inequitably distributed because it just comes to me. Other people don't have access to that money. It just comes to me. So they don't want me to be able to do that. They consider your parental rights over your children to be a form of private property. They want to take that away. They also want to take away your individual liberties. They consider freedom of speech, freedom of religion to be forms of private property. So don't ever buy into this argument about it's not about personal property. We don't care about that. You don't really need to worry about us. It's just about the factories. It's just about the machines. It's all bullshit. And again, they say this. We have them on video saying every single one of these things. So that's what it means to seize the means of production. The means of production that they're really trying to seize is not the factories, it's not the machines, it's the people.
Power is developed for the sake of its productive power, that is, for the valorization of capital. So, like the productive power of workers threatening the command of capital, right, like a strike or any kind of organization, or trying to break with that alienation in some way, the mass of soldiers also presents a threat to the military and its.
Hi, Robert. This is my stream. You are in my house. We are not socialists. You are in my classroom right now. You are a student in my class. I am the teacher of the class. If you don't like the way I run the class, you can get the fuck out. You don't need to be here. You can go to all the other people on the internet that are doing this. I'm going to give you a hint. There's no one else on the internet doing this. So if you want to learn this stuff and you want to watch this content, you're going to follow my rules. If you don't feel welcome, you don't have to stay here. And you don't have to get access to this content. It's entirely up to you. But you keep bitching and complaining in my chat, I'm going to remove your ability to chat in. And that's just going to be the way it goes. Janet, thank you. Oh, Captain, my Captain Carlin, just showing my support. Hey, thank you. I want to watch the Dead Poets Society later. Victor is away for the night. Victor is on a camping trip with his friend. And I have the house to myself for tonight. And I already ordered Mexican food. And so I have a bunch of like taco stuff downstairs. And I thought after this, I would watch Dead Poets Society because I haven't seen that movie in a while. And Nick was wearing a Dead Poets Society tie the other night. I don't think he knew he was wearing a Dead Poets Society tie, but he was. And I think I might do that. We actually listened to it on yesterday's stream. So if you're looking for that clip of where I used my N-word pass on Myron because he damn well deserved it. We watched it on yesterday's stream, and it's also available on Chief Trumpster's Cozy channel because he streamed the whole thing.
State command. Furthermore, in both cases, competition and conflict between capitals or between national bourgeoisies, between states, enlist working people into alignment against one another for the economic or political objectives of their ruling class, right? The classic kind of vision and critiques there of World War I, where you had like the masses of the working classes of Germany and France and Russia all lined up to kill each other for their kings, and the ruling classes using them as cannon fodder, right? That classic imagery of cannon fodder. But it's very similar also, right? And we see this mostly in the language of xenophobia, right? Often in terms of pitting workers against other workers who look different or come from a different place, right? It's this classic lining up of workers against one another for the sake of their bosses or ruling class. So both labor processes embody the power of the mass of expropriated classes, those who produce the economic and state power of their own domination, but contain the potential power to overcome it. The force generated by the mass organized force of military labor occurs regardless of its unproductivity of any exchange value. So the setting of the army, lacking the direct compulsion of value extraction, shows how it is the labor that produces such great...
Hang on. Do people still say bourgeoisie? Yes, they do. Yeah, they say bourgeois all the time. Bourgeois is another term for the oppressor class. It's another term for the capitalist class. Bourgeois means the private property owner. They also say proletariat. Proletariat is the worker, is the oppressed, is the person who doesn't own property. They call each other comrades. You'll see.
A concrete force. Further, the hierarchy of military command, like capital command, produces the illusion of its own necessity. The cooperative heights of their domination contain the revelation of their power, right? Your boss is really powerful because you've made it so, right? Through your work, you've created their power. And the productive economic power on the one side of this comparison between industry and military structurally underwrites the military power of the other. Right. So when we're building up
Don't trust them, bot.
capital in the countries where we live, we're building up state revenues, we're building up state force. We're all implicated in this web. And in capitalist society, the force of productive power and of state power are similar in really fundamental ways. So they're generally characterized by the cooperative and organized mass of power of the expropriated classes for the enrichment or battles of the ruling classes.
Don't trust them, bot.
There's another way to read this, right? From a liberal perspective. The one produces economic activity and the other state authority, two sides of a well-functioning society providing the goods of prosperity and safety, you know? We're all Adam Smith. But by acknowledging the antagonism of class societies, we see and accept that productive economic power is not neutral, but historical and exploitative, and the state itself is the political form of capitalist social relations. So what of the soldiers themselves, right? The masses of state power. Is it sufficient to see military power and their masses as antagonistic to the masses of labor? Or is it a similarly exploitative enterprise? Well, the soldier is a formal role, right? Like, if you go to work as a barista, let's say, from my own personal experience, that's not all of who I am. That is a role. That's who I'm paid to be for a set amount of time. But soldiers are drawn from capitalist society, right?
Literally, the vast majority of my merchandise is produced in the United States. There are a couple items that are produced in the UK and Canada that I can't get in the United States, but the vast majority of my merchandise is produced in the United States. So if you want to continue causing bullshit in my chat and trying to fuck with my community, I won't put you in a timeout next time. Next time I will just ban you, and you will not be welcome back.
Right? We don't have like a separate class system or people outside of the class system in capitalist society. And over the course of the 19th century, when Marx and Engels are writing, these masses that are brought into these roles as soldier were none other than the expropriated classes, right? Productive and unproductive workers alike, right? Proletarians and surplus laborers. And like the industrial workers, soldiers embodied the power of the mass of the expropriated classes, where the site of their domination contained its opposite, the power, skills, and abilities to rule for themselves. And in conducting analysis in a given historical moment, the formal ideal role of soldiers should be considered in relation to broader economic and political dynamics, I argue. So classes are not stagnant, as we should know, particularly as political subjects. Class reconstitution, variation, transformation, emergence, and disappearance. This is a feature of capitalism. Soldiers have historically been drawn from feudal relations, from peasants, and from proletarians, and have variously taken different sides in class struggle. And we should attend to changes in their broader context as we seek to understand those historic and contemporary struggles and the diverse roles soldiers have played. On the right, on the left, reactionary, revolutionary, they're all over the place. Militaries, like states, are not outside history. State force in the capitalist state contains both relics of earlier social forms and uniquely capitalist characteristics. General economic production makes possible production for arms, infrastructure, and other assets, which make state force possible. Likewise, the labor power required to put those assets into action is drawn from social classes subject to the social forces of capitalism. So the state does not extract surplus value from soldiers in its employ, but the labor power necessary for both mass militaries and capitalist production share cooperative quality and a kind of class origin. The distinctiveness of capitalism lies in the fact that the masses of people are exploited and alienated from the means of production, and with them are brought together not in a self-directed, active, collective practice, or to fulfill feudal obligations, for example, but in order to produce for a single entity under an external command. So when workers are brought together in this form, they can produce a qualitatively new, destructive or productive force that is not only more powerful, but also intrinsically collective. And a particular military is shaped by the particular historical development of economic forces and associated class struggles. And military practices, including matters of organization, bureaucracy, military science, are influenced by technological development, but also crucially by capitalist social relations, which I would say also influence technological development. Highlighting the processes of class struggle in which people move between the masses, the army, the masses, by situating both the institutions and the service members in their employ in the broader context of class struggle, opens up, I believe, a productive Marxist approach to understanding war in capitalist society. And I think beyond war, I think kind of all state institutions potentially. The class struggle shapes military institutions in class societies, and politically, we should be interested in these institutions not just when they're deployed and what they're doing, but of course we should be concerned about those things, but also how they're reproduced and who's reproducing them. In these two important sites of social life, the cooperative power of labor, of the working class, of proletarians, peasants, or surplus populations, whatever the case may be in a given place and time, this cooperative power appears in the fetish form of a power of capital or power of the capitalist state. Just as we turn our critical eye to bosses who say that their genius or their capital produces goods that we know that we produce, we should be critical of the power of the state too. Working people produce the power of capital and the power of the state, and we can critique how that power should be used or question whether people should devote their lives to perpetuating its existence and the consumption of nature's resources to that end. And I think the work that happens inside the world's militaries not only tells us a great deal about the state, but also labor in general. And I'll wrap up here and happy to take any questions or clarify things that I spoke too fast over in the Q&A. So thank you all.
Jasmine, that was great. Thank you so much for that. I'm curious, how did you become interested in the military in this context? Like what kind of compelled your question and interest?
I kind of was always interested in international politics, and then I think
the Q&A part for people who are new. So what typically happens in socialist presentations for people who haven't seen this stuff before is they typically do some sort of speech that they've pre-written and they've thought about all the words. The most important parts of the presentation are the Q&A and the discussion, because these are things that they haven't prepared for. And so most often when we hear them say the quiet part, it comes in the Q&A. And so we have to sit through the speech and the prepared remarks, and then we get to the good stuff. It's not word salad. Listen, I know you're new here, but that's not word salad. Stop calling it word salad. Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it doesn't make sense. You don't speak their language. If you think that what she just said is word salad, that's just a sign that you don't speak their language. You're not fluent in their language. They may be using words that sound familiar to you. They're not using the same definitions of you for those words. And so I highly recommend you sit back. You just listen, You go through some of the content on my website, on my Substack. The link is in the description below. You ask good questions, because if you think that that was word salad, you've got some learning to do.
I think I was kind of a latecomer to left-wing politics, but as I started to become interested in like trade unionism, yeah, I started to think more and more when I was, reading about, current events or studying international politics in university. Like, well, who's doing this? Isn't that it? Like, I found that interesting.
It is not illogical and it is not uninformed. And if you keep doing this, I'm just going to remove you from the chat. These people have often studied far more than most people on the right. These people are completely consistent in their views. These people follow a very specific train of thought. If you keep just trying to do this conservative owning the libs bullshit, what's going to happen is I'm going to start bullying you around how much you don't know. I promise you, if you're new here, you don't want me bullying you. But that's exactly where it's going to go. We don't own the libs here. If you don't understand it, you have the opportunity to ask questions. You have the opportunity to have a coherent discussion. But this shit is not going to continue, because every single time you post something like this in my chat, you just reveal to us how stupid you are and how much you don't know and how much smarter we are about this stuff than you are.
In undergrad, I studied especially the British Empire. I'm from Canada. And I always found it really interesting to study kind of Scotland and Ireland and the kind of proto-colonies in the United Kingdom, which were, experienced this kind of a lot of like kind of early versions of what would then kind of be spread out over the world by oftentimes Irish and Scottish people as soldiers and as settlers. And so I was really interested in this kind of, I'm really interested in this kind of dual role people play as both victim and perpetrator, if we want to use kind of criminal language. But yeah, I'm just interested in kind of when people are kind of sitting on both sides in contradictory and really, I think, very sad. I think that's how I got into it, is trying to understand, like, well, why? Why would anyone join the military? It's not something I've ever considered for myself. And that's probably my first kind of entry into this line of questioning.
Well, we are, let me speak for everyone around the world and just say, we're very fortunate to have you working on this. I'm really excited to look more into the work through you, learn from you, and hopefully we can all get our hands on the dissertation sometime soon. Appreciate you.
I'd like to get my hands on it myself. So.
Okay, so we're going to move forward now. We're going to move to Nate Holdren. Hello, Nate.
Hello.
Welcome to the fold. Nate's, again, just for everybody who's joining us now, going to be talking for about 20 minutes or so, and then we'll move on to discussion and Q&A.
That's what we're really looking forward to. We got to suffer.
Cool. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Jasmine. That was great. I'm looking forward to the discussion. So, hi, everybody. I'm Nate. I wrote this chapter in the book. It's on social murder. So, social murder is a term that Engels uses in his book, The Condition of the Working Class in England, published in 1845. And basically, Engels says, I've done a lot of research, and I'm noticing that working class people are dying in all these appalling ways and living a lot shorter lives and lives full of suffering. That's not an accident.
200 years ago. Yes, 200 years ago, things were different.
And he calls it social murder. And what I try to do in the chapter, in part, is to say...
The argument that he's going to make is that capitalism is literally killing people, and in order to prevent killing people, we need to overthrow capitalism and install Marxism.
This isn't a rhetorical flourish on Engels's part. This is a theory. Capitalism is a necessarily death-dealing system.
See?
And Marx builds on that theory. Marx doesn't use the phrase, to the best of my knowledge, but Marx praises Engels' book extensively. He's in Volume 1 of Capital, explicitly, and in correspondence with Engels. And he says directly in correspondence with Engels, Fred, you really got to update your book. It's so good. It remains current. I used it in writing my book.
As a reminder, when they say capitalism, they mean private property ownership. They literally believe capitalism created every problem in the world. It created racism. It created gender stuff. It created transphobia, homophobia. It created like people who don't have health care. It created people who can't heat their homes in the winter. It created, you know, this police state that we're all in. They want to abolish the police too because they believe that the police are just the upholders of capitalism, stuff like that. So now it's like, so the way I was able to know that when they said social death, they meant that capitalism killed everyone, is that they literally do believe capitalism is responsible for every problem. Climate change, exactly, Teresa. They believe capitalism is responsible for climate change, all this stuff. And if they just get rid of capitalism, private property ownership, then we will fix all the problems in our society. And we will literally save people's lives, according to this guy.
Book gets us partway to an update, but you really need to update it. He clearly thought it was a huge contribution. Unfortunately, Engels never got around to writing that update. But and I argue that we find in particularly the chapter on the working day and the chapter on machinery in Volume 1 of Capital and a short section on industrial accidents in Volume 3 of Capital, we see that Marx is working with this theory of social murder, I argue, even though it's not explicitly thematized that way. So what do I mean by social murder? Social murder is a tendency for capitalism to generate death, harm, suffering, disablement, and above all, death.
Told ya.
Within the working class. And this is baked into capitalist social relations. So capitalism is a necessarily lethal social system. So this has several facets.
Capitalism is a lethal social system to the working class. You will literally die. Where have we heard that before? Where's another place that we've heard that? How about when kids decide that they're trans in school because their teachers are teaching them that they're trans and queer in school if they feel awkward during puberty? And then the kids go home and they say to mom and dad, I'm trans. And mom and dad's like, I don't know about that. But then the kid complains and complains and complains. And eventually the parents take the kid to the doctor. And the doctor says, if you don't give your kid trans affirming hormones, they will literally die. It's exactly the same thing. You guys see that? By the way, the thing that introduced the trans stuff in school are queer Marxists. It comes from queer Marxism. So this is the origin point for all that stuff in school as well.
It's that I want to tease out here. One is there's a tendency to deprivation built into being a member of the working class, being a member of the proletariat. So you need stuff to live. And you need, let alone live a good life. And in capitalism, you can't get stuff unless you have money, and there's no guaranteed access to money, certainly not to a sufficient quantity of money. So what that means is that the stuff you need to live is of only conditional access. So there's already baked in a necessary deprivation inflicted on some people if people will go without things that they need regularly. And it's the effort to avoid that deprivation, which is part of what drives so many of us into jobs. So we sell our labor power in order to get money.
It's that drives so many of us into jobs. These people really believe that you should just be given everything for free.
In order to then buy means of subsistence. And it's the fact that means of subsistence is commodified and access to money. You need money to get a commodity, and access to money is not guaranteed. So that's like the lash that drives us into selling our labor power to a significant degree.
That's getting a
The
job.
point
Selling our labor power is getting a
purpose
job.
of social production in capitalism is not to meet human needs. It's to turn money into more money. It's to, Marx calls it, for value to valorize itself. It's to capitalists to make their investments prove profitable. So all other social priorities are secondary to that. And I want to underline that this is a necessary process in the organization of capitalist social relations. It's not a matter of moral failings. Don't get me wrong. The world is lousy with moral failings, but those moral failings are generated by the social architecture. They're not the cause of the social architecture. I think that Marx is a profound moral critic, and he hates the moral ill character that this system generates, but that's a symptom. It's not a cause. Because human well-being is not a priority, other things are. Human well-being is ill-served. That's part of the broad overview, sort of the broad point. So in our jobs, people endure very serious occupational injuries and illness. We see COVID is absolutely the occupational illness that's spread in workplaces. In my own workplace, today I have an office at work. I came into work. I was a little distracted when Jasmine first started because I'm in a building that's not being well maintained, and when it rains in the corner of my office, and that was happening as Jasmine was starting to talk. I have a coworker. This is a little bit silly and annoying. Maybe my papers get a little wet. It's not a big deal to me, but I have a coworker who has really serious respiratory problems, and the mold that results from this causes that person really serious health problems. So that's just a very small example. That in the production process, in our employment, we are exposed to harms. We're exposed to, Marx and Engels list a great deal of vectors of harm, overcrowding, lack of ventilation, too much heat, exposure to machinery, exposure to electricity.
Okay. So I usually don't like these questions because they're just debunking questions. That's really what you're doing, but I'll answer it because I don't recognize you. Do they just ignore mass starvation in the USSR and CCP during the last century? Is that capitalism's fault? What they believe is, they literally do believe this. Real socialism has never been tried. Real communism has never been tried. They write literal books about the fact that all of that bad stuff that happened is just because it wasn't real. And what they think is, and why they're trying to do this in the United States, and why no one should ever say to these people, why don't you just move to Venezuela? Why they're trying to do Marxism here is because they believe that societies like Venezuela is failing, because they believe that Marxism can only work, socialism. They use the term socialist, communist, and Marxist interchangeably. So I'm not distinguishing between the three. They use them interchangeably, so I use them interchangeably. They believe that socialism, communism, Marxism will only be successful if it is implemented in a fully industrialized society. They believe that that is the evolutionary cycle of society. And so if you implement it in a society like in Russia, or like when the Cultural Revolution happened in China, or like Venezuela, or like Cuba, they believe it will intrinsically fail because it wasn't implemented in a fully industrialized society. That's why they want to do it here. So these problems with mass starvation, it's not going to happen this time. We're doing it differently this time. It didn't work because it wasn't a fully industrialized society. Now we're in a fully industrialized society. You got nothing to worry about. And they really do believe that. It's not just a talking point. They really do believe it. So Dr. K is talking about how the work is dangerous, but just because they switch to socialism, that doesn't mean the necessary work is less dangerous. How do socialists justify this? Socialists believe that we will do significantly less work and that there will be significantly less need to do quote unquote dangerous jobs under socialism. Because he said this earlier, he said, I'm paraphrasing, I don't remember the exact word he used, but it was like, essentially it was this idea of like, we're not producing things for human need. We're producing things to feed the profit motive, right? So when the socialist society becomes implemented in the United States, There's no longer going to be this place where we have all this excess stuff. So you know how you can go into the supermarket, and in the supermarket there are like 87 different brands of deodorant, and you have to spend time like figuring out which brand of deodorant you want, which type you want, which scent you want, all that stuff. They believe that all those 87 brands of deodorant is produced just to drive the profit motive. So when the socialists take power, we're no longer going to have a need for 87 different brands of deodorant. We only need one form of deodorant, because they're not producing for profit. They're producing for human need. We aren't going to need all these different brands of cars. We're going to need one brand of cars. We don't need all these different types of restaurants, places to eat, because the government's going to provide the food, so we don't need to worry about that anymore. We don't need all this different type of entertainment. A lot of this entertainment might be subversive, so we don't want that anyway. So we like don't worry, the state will produce all the entertainment. We don't need what is another commodity. We don't need all these different types of t-shirts. We don't need all these different jackets. We don't need all these different options for clothes. So the production need is going to come, and this is what they believe, not what I believe. Like the need for production is going to come way down. We don't need all these different types of beers. We only need one type of beer, or gin, as it were, in 1984, right? So because you're producing so much less, they believe that there will be less need to do like the more dangerous work. And they also believe that people will have to work significantly less hours. Like basically they have some conception of like, you're going to go to work for like a couple hours a week, and then the rest of your time is your free time, and you have everything else taken care of because the state's provided your housing, the state's provided your food, the state has provided all the necessities. And so then you have all this free time left over to be artists. And that's what Marx said. So I hope that answered your question. Yeah, I mean, they believe that sex work is work. They want sex work to exist. So people will have the option to do that.
Chemicals. There's also just the sheer repetition of the labor process. At one point, I worked in a factory. I worked in the warehouse.
Did I not explain to you clearly? Did I not explain to you clearly that I don't want this owning the libs bullshit? Did you not listen to a word I just fucking said? This guy wants me to bully him, is what's going on.
Warehouse attached to a factory. I put cell phones in boxes for 8.5 hours. I did this for about 11 hours a night. And if I then moved to the loading dock. But if I were to do that for many...
Stop doing this. I literally just... They don't care. Guys, please, for the love of God, stop owning the libs. It is going to change nothing. No matter how many times you own the libs, you dunk on the libs, you debunk something just to give yourself a high five, it literally changes nothing. No one's mind is changed just because you debunk something in the chat. If you have a question, ask the question. But I don't want this owning the fucking libs, dunking on the libs, debunking bullshit. I've already asked several times. What I mean is just like scoring points by saying real socialism has never been tried. Don't you know it'll fail? Don't you see that it'll fail? I just don't know why you can't see it'll fail, Carlin. That's not what we're doing here. If debunking the socialists was all that was required to beat them, we already would be winning. We're not winning because instead of actually fighting the enemy, everyone's spending their time debunking them on Twitter. Debunking them doesn't work. They don't care. They don't listen. They're not going to have that conversation with you. They're not going to see the world from your point of view. They have been indoctrinated into a cult. What we need to do is listen to them and understand them in order to beat them. And if you're not going to do that, go somewhere else.
years, it would destroy my shoulder joint because I would do this hundreds of times an hour for, often with overtime, 11 hours a night. So the labor process exposes us to harms, and in important ways, the labor process is harm because it's consuming our lifetime, it's consuming our time and energy, it's consuming our labor power, and in ways that we don't control. So you can't stop to rest very often. You can't control that there's enough, that there's safety mechanisms, that there's rubber mats if you're standing on concrete, that temperature, et cetera. And all of this was getting worse with climate change as well. So there's harms built into the production process because the purpose of production is profit, and safety mechanisms are costly. Democratic control by workers to mitigate the health effects of production are costly. It's a deduction from profit. So there's tremendous pressure from employers to cut corners. And the fact that we need money to get the stuff that we need to live means that our employers have tremendous power over us. So workers are regularly faced with choices. Do I endure these degrading and harmful conditions now and have security of income, or do I push back and risk my income? And workers face that trade-off constantly. In addition to harms in the production process and the threat of deprivation that's baked into status as a member of the working class, there are also harmful products. I was just reading recently, randomly, as there's been growing legalization of hallucinogenic mushrooms in the United States, there's been a niche market in selling edibles that you can microdose mushrooms with. Well, there was just a toxic, because it's poorly regulated, there was just a toxic version of that product that killed, I think, 27 people. We're seeing this now with, I live in the state of Iowa, and they've legalized raw milk, and there's extensive testing that raw milk is more likely to contain H5N1 bird flu. So the list goes on. There's lots and lots of harmful products, and the presence of harmful products is the result of the fact that social need, quality of the product is not democratically decided upon. It's not coordinated, and it's simply not the purpose. The purpose of production is for the good to be saleable profitably. And when the incentives align to make the product safe, we'll see some degree of safety. When they don't, we won't. Now, there are, of course, state regulatory mechanisms. Those are themselves under serious pressure over the long term from the imperative to turn a profit. Jasmine said militaries are creatures of the societies in which they're embedded. That's true generally of the state. The state in capitalism is a specifically capitalist state, and the regulatory arm of the capitalist state is itself a creature of capitalist social relations. So regulation can't mitigate fully the tendency to create harmful products. It tends to work retroactively after harm has happened. There's then a catching up process. That goes for regulation in the wage workplace as well. So there's just a degree of harm that's baked in. It's naturalized within capitalist societies. Another facet of that are what economists sometimes call negative externalities, meaning a harm to a third party who's not a member of the transaction, to put it in very abstract language. Put a little more straightforwardly, I live about 1.5 miles from a Firestone and Bridgestone tire factory. There's a big fucking smokestack coming off the top of it. I don't know what's coming out of it. I don't love that my 3 children breathe that shit in every day. It's where I can afford to live. I like where I live. I really like my neighborhood. I like my neighbors a lot, but we're very close to that stuff and we're breathing that stuff in. And I'm not involved in any direct transaction with that tire factory. They're making tires and selling them to automobile manufacturers. And I just happen to live nearby. And so there's a waste product to the production process that waste product happens to enter the social domain where I live. And the company is indifferent to that. I don't appear to them because the way in which they steer is through monetary transactions. And I'm not a monetary transactor with that company. This Marx and Engels talk, they give us some examples of this, of train derailments, which has unfortunately become very salient again in the present. We had that awful derailment in Ohio. The train went off the rails and all this toxic shit went up into the air, poisoned a lot of people. This happens all the time. And to a significant degree, auto accidents involving trucks on the highways, These are all forms of harm that are baked into the spaces outside of the direct production process.
Milo Yiannopoulos is so pissed off that I'm not giving him what he... Side note. Can we talk about Milo for a second? Milo Yiannopoulos is upset with me. Milo Yiannopoulos is upset that I posted something he doesn't like on Twitter. Milo Yiannopoulos then responded by posting a screenshot of like the DMs where I asked him, because Milo kept telling me to like, Milo kept coming into my replies and he was like, Nick is gonna hurt you, and I was like, whatever. So I DM'd him and I was like, so what do you want me to do, Milo? You want me to denounce him? And he's like, just back away quietly, Carlin, and if you don't, he's going to attack you. And I was like, well, maybe, but I'm not afraid of being attacked, like, so whatever. And so, like, that's like the only interaction I really had with Milo. And because I said something he didn't like on Twitter, he posted the screenshot of the DMs. And I was like, bro, I really thought that you were going to play this a little bit more cool than that. I really thought, like, I didn't even give Milo any good blackmail material. I didn't even say anything to him that I was afraid of it, like, being aired publicly, because I'm not a moron. Of course, Milo's going to screenshot everything. Milo will use anything he can against anyone at any time for any reason. I just really underestimated it. I was like, man, maybe this game will continue a little bit longer. But it's like, it was just so quick. It's like, is Milo out of practice? Too bad. When people think your DMs would read different than public. Yeah, I mean, it's like... Did Milo think he had anything incriminating on? I mean, it's just like... Oh, well. Nick wins again. Nick has never posted screen caps. That's all I'm saying. Not that there's nothing incriminating in Nick's DMs either, but so much drama for no purpose. That's exactly what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna respond to him right now. So much drama with no purpose. Yeah, it's like, so like, it's so funny though. And again, we're gonna get back to the video in a second. I have to talk about this. All right. It's so funny because Milo seems to think that a DM where I'm like, so do you want me to denounce him or something, Milo? And Milo says, no, you can just back away quietly because he's going to attack you. And then I say, I'm really not worried about that. Milo thinks that's going to like be some sort of victory. All right. Too bad. He's really lost some of his game.
In our time off the clock, but people tend to be exposed to harms in those social situations because, again, the purpose of production is to serve profits, and the purpose of society in capitalism is to make sure that enough productive units continue to profit, so that enough units stay in business that we can all keep our jobs, or some of us can keep our jobs. Another form of social murder, another form of harm that the system generates is, I mentioned initially that there's a form of deprivation built into being a member of the working class as such. There's just a threat. You're not going to have what you want and need in the quantities in which you want and need it unless you have a job. Very likely, if you have a job, you still won't have it fully in the quantity in which you need it. There's a line I find very, very powerful by a rock band from Minnesota called the Dillinger Four. They have a song. There's a line that says, "This isn't what we want. This isn't what we need. It's what we can afford." It speaks to me personally a lot, especially as I have 3 kids now. As I've started to have kids, I found that harder and harder to face.
Wait. What was that? He has kids? I keep hearing from conservatives that socialists don't have kids. He has 3 kids? Are you telling me that his wife didn't just abort the kids? And that socialists raise kids like anyone else? Socialists have kids? Holy shit. Who would have thought that? Who would have thought that?
Provide my kids the best that I can afford, but that isn't always the best life that they deserve, because I can't afford to provide them the best life that they deserve. So there's that form of deprivation, and there's a second form of deprivation that's built in, which has to do with how social investment is steered. So Jasmine and I are both wearing glasses. We have an impairment that is, for people of our class status in the countries where we live, relatively affordable to take care of. There are folks in poverty who can't afford corrective lenses and so on. But there are other impairments that are much more expensive, or that are not there, where there aren't devices currently. But we have the technical capacity to.
Hang on. Let me look back through Victory Garden. I must have missed them as I was dealing with Milo Yiannopoulos on Twitter. Hang on. I apologize. Okay, let's see. Commander's intent seem like it's not to debunk. It's no. If you can't give me a specific example of when debunking the socialists has actually made someone not be a socialist anymore, there is no purpose to it. There is no purpose to it. It's not beyond their Overton window. The reason conservatives don't understand this is because they don't listen. And quite frankly, listen, I'm not saying that all conservatives are dumb, because that's just not true. Like there are smart people in any political movement. But what I will say is that I don't actually think that most people on the right have the mental capacity to understand this stuff. I think they're simple people. By kids, they mean cats. Yeah, conservatives probably. Exactly.
Develop the ability to alleviate those impairments, but there's not social investment in that, because the well-being of ordinary folks, the well-being of anybody, is not a social priority. And so that, again, that creates the deprivations that I mentioned, the immediate deprivations. We can't have enough of what's immediately available. There's a mediated secondary form of deprivation with regard to the steering of social investment, though, which is that what's going to be made available, research in developing new products, research in developing future capacity, and so on, will not be directed at pressing human needs and so on. It'll be directed at what's going to be profitable. And so that creates an additional form of deprivation. And all of this, there's two final things I want to say on elements of social murder. There's also a structural unemployment. Marx calls it relative surplus population, which is an ugly and cruel phrase, but it gets at an ugly and cruel reality. People become essentially, I'm sorry to put it this way, but this is the logic of the system. From the point of view of the system, people become useless eaters, just mouths to feed, probably best if they're socially discarded, according to the logic of the system and the people who run the system. So there's a baked-in degree of unemployment, which means a baked-in population who will be especially deprived of what they need. And there's also there's a tendency toward periodic crises of various kinds, which tend to push people out of employment, cutting off people's incomes, and so people's access to what they want and need. This happens at large scales all the time. This also happens, not all the time, this happens periodically at large scales, and this happens at small scales all the time. Like I said, I came into my workplace from my office because I live in a relatively small house with 3 wonderful but very loud children, and they're all on the internet, so I wanted to come in here to make sure that my connection would be stable and so that it would be quieter. And I ran into a coworker who's clearing out their office because they've been laid off, because nothing personal, it's the budget. So that person I'm very sad personally to see them go. I have a worse life myself at work, but they're being gone, and they're going to have less income. We were talking about their job search right before the panel started and what they're going to do and so on. So that's in a microcosm. People get laid off all the time because, again, the point of the system is profits, and everything else is secondary to that point. This also leads to environmental harms. We're seeing this with climate change, and then there become kind of reverberations of these harms.
That's what I'm saying, capitalism
I saw a
climate
fantastic
change.
talk a while ago by the UK-based disability scholar named Luke Beasley. He used this very powerful phrase, misfortunes hunt in packs. So the way I would put it is we live on the side of a mountain and shit rolls downhill. And if you're at the bottom of the hill, the more shit you get on you, the more shit you will get on you. So my coworker who's just been laid off needs to find some health insurance, needs to scramble to find a paycheck. Scrambling to find those things creates additional vulnerabilities to future harms. I've also heard this put, it's expensive to be poor.
No!
There's these
Everyday Therapist in with the big super sticker. Thank you, Everyday Therapist. I really, really do appreciate it. Guys, as a reminder, I do have a super chat goal to make doing these streams more reasonable, considering I spent hours and hours and hours of doing this. I know the first part of this is a little bit boring, okay? I know we're not getting a lot in the first part because we need to get through the presentation part to get to the Q&A and discussion. And the Q&A and discussion. And the Q&A and the discussion is usually when the good stuff is going to come. So if you're holding back your support, that's totally fine. But I would like to hit that goal before the end of the stream. If you appreciate the work I do, throw in $5. Appreciate you, Everyday Therapist. Thank you.
Reverberations of harm. Okay, so that's the tendency of the system to kill. You may be asking, what's this have to do with the state? Why is this in a chapter? Why is this a chapter in a book on the capitalist state? So Jasmine used the phrasing is very effective. The state is the political form of capitalist social relations. Capitalism is not an economy. Capitalism is a type of society.
Oh!
One domain.
Wait, what was that? Because I get told all the time, Carlin, this isn't just like capitalism is just an economic question. Socialists don't consider capitalism to just be an economic question. Socialists consider capitalism to be the society that we're living in. Socialists consider capitalism to be the government that we're under. All it means is the ability to own private property. That's it. And so when they're saying they want to overthrow the system, again, it's not just the factories. It's not just the equipment. It's not just these multinational big businesses. It's not just Amazon. It's not just Apple. It's everything. Capitalism is a type of society. It's everything. The means of production is the people. It's not the machines. It's not the factories. The means of production is the people. Let's listen to that again.
Jasmine used the phrasing is very effective. The state is the political form of capitalist social relations. Capitalism is not an economy. Capitalism is a type of society. One domain is the economic, another domain is the political. And in capitalism, the state is a specifically capitalist state. They hang together. The separation between the political and the economic is real, but it's more complicated than it sometimes looks like. It needs to be itself contextualized. Lots of other chapters in the book do that better than I can do. But basically, the state serves the ongoing turning of money into more money. The state serves the profit imperative. Again, as I said earlier, that's not due to the moral failings of the personnel involved. And as I said, but to reiterate, they are lousy with moral failings. We are ruled by the worst fucking people in the whole world. But the lives that we lead are not the results of the fact that our ruling class is so depraved. Ruling class depravity is generated by the social architecture. It's not, at most, the moral depravity of the ruling class is a secondary effect that produces feedback loops that reinforces the fundamental dynamics of the system. But you can put the most saintly people in the world in charge of all of the social institutions. You get minor benefits in the short term, and to be fair, minor benefit, given the scales of harms we're talking about, involve very many people getting to live longer. So those quote-unquote minor benefits are very, very serious. But put those people in charge, they won't stay saints very long, and the system will still act the same way it does in the long term. It's a systemic set of problems. So the state's systemic relationship to production is that the state needs to keep profit continuing to flow. it's an imperative that acts on the state. It isn't a choice, and it's not a matter of subjective value.
Hang on. So it's not at all about talking socialists out of socialism. Yes, that's correct, because you can't. That's like talking to people who have been indoctrinated into a cult into leaving the cult. That's not going to happen. What we're trying to do is understand the cult, understand how the cult recruits people, understand how the cult shows up in society, because this cult is extremely powerful and much bigger than people think. It's about teaching other people what the cult is doing, teaching people how to recognize the cult, but we're not going to convince people to leave the cult. That's not going to happen. Maybe onesie and twosies here and there, but that's not something that would be a waste. That would be wasted energy. I've been on No Holds Barred before. I haven't been on in a while, but like I was on before AFPAC. And I'd like to be on. I like No Holds Barred. I like Dalton a lot. I like Paul Allen. But like the timing of it is weird because they changed the timing of the show. I stream at 5 p.m. And so they changed the timing of the show to 5 p.m. And so it's like, it just kind of sucks that I'm usually streaming at the same time. But maybe if they want me to come on and I can do it as part of my stream, maybe that can work. I don't know, but I've been on it before. So am I interpreting the right in thinking he believes that without capitalism, the rich wouldn't have a reason to be greedy? Well, yeah, I mean, he does. Well, without capitalism, the rich wouldn't exist. We would all be equally rich. We would all be equally poor. Yes, we can prevent people from joining the cult by spreading awareness. Dalton is not annoying. Dalton is awesome. Bite your tongue, Yasmin.
Or morality or anything like that. If profits aren't made at a widespread enough across the society, people lose jobs, enterprises go out of business, and the kinds of harms that I'm talking about intensify. So the state, another way to put it, the state is a force for relative order and preserving the relative order that we have. The order that we have in a capitalist society is a specifically capitalist order. And so the state, in preserving order, must preserve the functioning of capitalist social relations. And as I've laid out in the long first part of my talk, that is a murderous order. Capitalism is a death machine. The state is fully of that machine and is a part, despite the intentions of a lot of state personnel.
Wait, those did he just say capitalism is a death machine?
And as I've laid out in the long first part of my talk, that is a murderous order. Capitalism is a death machine. The state is fully of that machine and is a part, despite the intentions of a lot of state personnel. Those intentions are largely irrelevant. The state is...
Guys, if you believe that the government in the society that you're living in is a literal death machine, don't you think that you would try to get rid of that thing? People think that I'm not serious when I say these people want to overthrow our government, and they call it the capitalist government, the capitalist state. But if you really thought that something was a death machine, wouldn't you try to deal with that thing? And wouldn't you try to find other people to help you deal with that thing that you thought was literally going to kill you? This is a very real problem. Listen, I firmly believe that within 15 years, they will overthrow the United States government. I firmly believe that we are in the last days of unless something changes dramatically. This is why I've embraced fascism. Because I don't think that voting is going to get our way out of this. I don't think that anything other than a dictator coming in and overthrowing things first. It's got to be the right dictator, not just any dictator, the right dictator. I firmly believe that unless something drastic happens and the right dictator gets put in charge, we are irrevocably effed. Yeah, I know that, John. And so, like, I don't think that people take this problem seriously enough. People want to be like arguing and bickering about Trump or like all of this stuff that's going on in schools or like, you know, all the like doing the owning the libs with the libs of TikTok and all this stuff. And it's like, motherfucker, the the United States is going to be overthrown in our lifetime. In all of our life, unless you're really old, in our lifetime, we are going to see the violent overthrow of the United States government. And now, bro, I literally have multiple videos on my channel talking about how I'm a fascist. Literally multiple videos. Like the socialists come in, they're like, aha, Carlin admitted it. There's multiple videos where I talk about this. So what's going on right now is it's like a game of chess. They're getting their pieces all in place, all over the chessboard. They're trying to cut off any moves that the enemy has. They're infiltrating the government. They own the education system, colleges and universities and K through 12 schools. They own the media. They own entertainment. They own Hollywood. They own everything. And they're getting all their chess pieces in place. And when it makes sense to do so, they're going to try to overthrow the government. Now, we're going to see violent skirmishes between now and then, here and there. But the real violence isn't going to come to the very end. I don't think it's actually going to last that long, because I think that once they do it, they're going to do it in a way that they know they can't lose. It's going to be kind of like it's already a foregone, like they're 3 moves away from checkmate, and then they're going to do it. And there's not really any attacks that the opponents can do at that point, because they've outplayed the opponent every step of the way. Does that make sense? Yeah, they're lining up for the checkmate. We need to check. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. I don't support Trump. I don't support Trump in any way. Do you know, David, do you know that you can fact check things before you say stupid things on the internet that are very easy? Like, I have made shitting on Trump and Trump supporters into an art form. I don't know where you got the idea that I support Trump, but that's just ill-educated, bro. That's just not hinged into reality. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's just listen to this again. The murderous death machine.
And so the state, in preserving order, must preserve the functioning of capitalist social relations. And as I've laid out in the long first part of my talk, that is a murderous order. Capitalism is a death machine. The state is fully of that machine and is a part, despite the intentions of a lot of state personnel. Those intentions are largely irrelevant. The state is an accomplice to social murder and a defender of the death machine. Now, people may say, well, what about various regulations and so on? Fair enough. What tends to happen is that medium, small instances, localized instances of social murder, when
okay, so this is actually an interesting question. I'm going to be doing a Twitter space on Thursday with a guy exactly about this topic. Where do we stand with the J role in all of this? Well, here's the thing. I agree that the vast majority of people who conceived of this ideology several centuries ago, a couple centuries ago, I agree that the vast majority of people that are responsible for pushing this ideology from the beginning are Jewish. I agree that it is undeniable, although Marx also wrote things that seemed pretty anti-Semitic, to be honest. But I will concede that it does seem as though the origin point is disproportionately, overwhelmingly Jewish. The Bolsheviks were Jewish. The Frankfurt School was Jewish. Maybe not 100%, but a really, really, really big percent, okay? Fine. Where I am still not completely on board is that I'm not talking and I'm not studying the philosophical evolution of Marxism. I'm not studying and discussing the historical rollout of Marxism. I'm not doing any of that. What I'm doing is looking at real world activists that are actually pushing these ideas today. And although certainly there are Jewish socialist activists, there really aren't that many. And so I am going to be doing a Twitter space on at 8 p.m. With a guy that he claims to have evidence that ties the JQ to real world activism today. And that's really what I'm looking for. And listen, I want to be clear. I don't actually care if people are Jewish. It makes no difference to me at all if someone is Jewish. I have Jewish friends. I don't look down on them. I don't treat them any differently. I don't care. It doesn't mean anything to me. But I think it actually is really kind of like undeniable that the origin point for this stuff was Jewish. Not all Jews, but certainly a lot of the people involved were Jewish. But where I'm still trying to put the pieces together is, how does that relate to what is going on in the real world right now? And that's a conversation that, quite frankly, I've had a lot of trouble getting answers for, because every single time I ask this question, I get attacked for it. I get people sending me information that is not the information I'm asking for. It's talking about the historical development. It's talking about how Hitler was fighting the Bolsheviks and the Marxists, et cetera, et cetera. But what I need to be able to see evidence that draws a direct line. And that's still what I'm waiting on. Now, there is evidence that says if you reverse engineer the origins of critical race theory, you end up in the Kabbalah. I have people who've done this. I have friends who've done this research. If you keep backing out the origins of critical race theory, you end up in Kabbalah. So I know that's true. So I guess where I would stand with this is that I'm open to looking at information, but I want you guys to really understand that I'm looking for real receipts. I want real receipts. I don't want made up stuff. I don't want flyers that are propaganda. I don't want to be attacked for it. I'm open to having a dialogue about it. I think I keep a pretty open mind with a lot of stuff. But I need real evidence. I need evidence that adheres to the same level as all of the other socialist stuff I look at. And that's where the disconnect is right now. But I'm on board with, like, I understand that I'm pretty red pilled on the JQ stuff. I understand all that. I'm still just looking for that direct line evidence, if that makes any sense. No, Tick History doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Nope. I have watched one Tick History video, and he got so many things wrong in that video that I will never watch another Tick History video again. And it was stuff that, like, just on the face of it, anyone who has done any research at all knows that it's wrong, but it was presented as fact. So I don't trust him. I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. I'm sure that he has some great videos that are much more hinged into reality than the one I saw, but the one I saw was really not good. So I hate to break hearts, but that's how I feel about that.
Politicized by activist groups that make a lot of trouble. The state can step in to mitigate those harms. The mitigation is almost always partial. But again, the partiality of those mitigations, the mitigating actions of the state on social murder have real stakes in people's lives, and I very much get that. I'm not trying to minimize that. However, the mitigated forms of social murder that are liberals want to call success stories are still soaked in blood, and they are not sufficient to what human dignity deserves. And even a mitigated capitalism will continue to kill. But again, it's not that people are stupid for demanding those mitigations. And it's not that those mitigations are meaningless. It's that they're structurally limited, but of course people fight for them because it's literally life or death. So when there's political action, when there's activism, when there's troublemaking by sufferers from specific kinds of social murder, people who suffer from black lung disease, the AIDS crisis, you name it, there will be local action to help those folks to a limited extent. But when the scale of social murder is large enough, the state can't stop it. We saw this with the 2008-2009 financial crisis. The economy melted down. My dad was out of work for 2 years. He almost lost his house, and he came through relatively unscathed compared to a lot of people. When the harm gets that big, the state essentially can't act sufficiently without starting to break from capitalist social relations, and that's not going to happen absent a revolutionary movement of workers. So there's a way in which, and the COVID pandemic is another example, there's a way in which specific expressions of social murder become too big to fail, and the state can only aid them. So medium, small expressions of social murder that are localized, when politicized through social struggle, the state may step in. But if they get bigger than that, the state primarily begins to say, hey, calm down. Liberalism is very, very good at this. Hey, don't panic. Just act through the institutions. I'm going to stop in a minute. But what state institutions tend to do, though, is they tend to demobilize, specifically because they, in a specific fashion. They don't demobilize absolutely, but they demobilize in the sense that they direct people toward forms of social action that do not interrupt the imperative to profit. Typically, the most effective forms of social protest disrupt economic life. They prevent the turning of money into more money. And state institutions work to prevent that disruption. And often that prevention takes the form of, here's an institutional channel to deal with the problem that you've raised. And those mechanisms work somewhat for a while, and then they trail off. They don't work as well later because of the pressures of the social system on them.
Yep.
Even Socialist when they're working, though, they fragment people. This is a program for black lung disease sufferers. This is a program for AIDS patients. This is a program for people with silicosis. This is a program for, here's a fund for people who live a mile and a half from that Bridgetown and Firestone plant, which we're finding out puts all these carcinogens in the air. So if you live within a mile and a half of that plant, here's some money for you. If you're 2 miles out, get fucked. Right. So there's these fragmentations that happen, which prevent people from knitting together. They don't absolutely prevent, but they press in the direction. They press against people knitting together in larger collectivities and identifying shared interests beyond these very, very localized forms of harm. So the state is an accomplice to social murder, ultimately. And, there's the old slogan, socialism or barbarism. My chapter is in part just sort of underlining that. As long as the system continues to exist, people will die. And I don't mean that metaphorically. I'm going to stop in just a minute. A few years ago, there was the police murdered George Floyd, and there was a massive uprising. I used to live not far from where that happened. I live in Des Moines now, but I spent a lot of time, was very affected by it. And a lot of us were affected by it around the world, but I was thrown by seeing that in a place that I had been many, many times. And as part of just looking into that, the neighborhood where the pigs murdered George Floyd has about an 8-year lower life expectancy than a neighborhood a mile or two west. And it tracks exactly with the incomes and the racial background and the class background of people who live there. So that's an additional form of social murder. It's just that a lot of people die sooner along class lines. In the United States, it's about last I looked, it's about 8 to 10 year difference between the lowest fifth income group and the upper fifth income group. So literally, you just have a shorter life full of more suffering in capitalism, and that's not accidental.
Correct.
That's baked in. So that's the gist of my chapter. So I do want to just say, I love Jasmine's emphasis on cooperative labor and antagonism. I will say that's the shortcoming of my chapter. So if you read it, it's an account of what I think are the objective the objective logic of the system and the outcomes that it will generate, and the ways in which state institutional channels prevent antagonism. They maybe provide an appearance of antagonism or a mitigated form of antagonism, but they largely prevent the kinds of struggle that are really necessary, in my view. But I don't really talk very much about these being contested processes and there being antagonism throughout. That is a thing I believe. It's a thing I wasn't sure I couldn't figure out how to put that in the chapter. So that's
it does, though.
Maybe
listen, I understand that National Socialism is not the type of socialism we're talking about right now. National Socialism is a different thing. You need to put that in a different category. But socialism right now, as we're talking about it, does mean Marxist, because far left socialists use the terms Marxist, communist, socialist completely interchangeably. And that's our frame of reference. So I understand that the dissident right-wingers might take issue with that, but we need to, I'm not saying your thing isn't important. I'm just saying we're taking it and we're putting it over here for right now, and we're dealing with the thing over here. That's all.
In the Q&A, we could talk about it, and if folks read it in further conversation, coming out of this event, hopefully, I would love to hear more about how to integrate the analysis that I've given into an analysis that is more open-ended, more driven, by a concept of antagonism and struggle. So
yeah, well, you can make that argument. Yeah.
Thanks, Nate. That was great.
No, it doesn't. It's a different thing.
I'm glad you brought up Dillinger 4. Kind of between the two talks today, one of my favorite Dillinger 4 quotes is, "Time was a war. Time, economy, was a silver lining to tragedy." And feels like we're all sort of, unfortunately, enmeshed and covered in this tragedy today, maybe mountingly so. To maybe double back on a metaphor you used before, shit rolls downhill, and the more shit you get covered in, the more it attracts. So as someone who is covered in shit, metaphorically speaking, I'm curious what sort of drove you towards your interest in social murder as a concept itself, like personally, like what was it that was there what compelled that? And it kind of sits alongside your previous work around and continuing work around injury and law. I'm just interested.
Thanks, Sean. I appreciate it. So how did I get entirely by accident and stumbling backward? I'm 45 years old. I'm about to turn 46. I'm a product of the tail end of the anti-globalization movement and the anti-war movement, such as it was, coming out of the aftermath of September 11, 2001. And I was radicalized during those processes, and I've been a Marxist for a very long time. I really struggled in the job market, and after a while I went to grad school on the thought that it would be I was out of school for about 5 years between undergrad and grad school, and the thought was it would be a way to get a better job. I didn't know very much about how universities work at the time when I thought that, but being a product of those movements and being a Marxist, I did not intend to work on this stuff. I was going to work on labor history and a kind of up with people, worker self-activity kind of story. And I just randomly found some stuff about workplace injury and law, and continued to stumble backward trying to make sense of it. And it became very compelled by this subject. So I wrote this book on employee injury law. The short version, for folks who haven't read the book, things used to be really bad and worse than you think, but then later they were differently really bad and worse than you think. And I say that flippantly, but it's also true. And as I was working on the book, I remembered that I had been hurt myself. I had a few hundred pounds of lumber fall on me in a factory I worked at when I was 18. And my father's a construction worker. My mom has gone back and forth in the warehouse industry and other work, and then back to the warehouse industry. She wore a back brace for years when I was a kid because she'd been hurt when she was young, working in a warehouse. And in the last couple of years, she's broken her foot and had hip surgery due to other injuries in the warehouse she works in now. So that hasn't changed. But I was very
no, wrong, completely wrong. Socialism, communism, Marxism are all woke. They're all, again, for our purposes, we are talking about socialism, Marxism, and communism, using those terms interchangeably with each other. And yes, it does fall under the definition of woke that I've advanced. Other people disagree with my definition of woke because they're political shills who are paid to argue for a political narrative. But yes, it does. That's as dude, I literally just said this less than 5 fucking minutes ago. I literally just enumerated specifically that we are not talking about National Socialism. That is a different thing. It is not what we are talking about. These are leftists. These are not right-wingers. If you want to talk about National Socialism, that is a different conversation for a different day. When you come here for these videos on Socialism Saturday, what you need to do is take National Socialism and put it on the fucking shelf, because it is not what we are talking about right now. We are talking about far left, radical, revolutionary socialism. I literally no, we are not having this conversation. If you keep doing this and disrupting my chat, I'm going to ban you. I asked very nicely less than 10 minutes ago that the National Socialism stuff get put on the fucking shelf. We are talking about far left, radical, revolutionary socialists. If you don't want to talk about far left, radical, revolutionary socialists, get the fuck out.
far into the book, and I was like,
hang on, I just got a super chat. Thank you, Molly. I appreciate you.
My grandma was secretary and destroyed her wrist with carpal tunnel syndrome from repetitive stress injury. So I was really far into the book, and I was like, everybody in my family, like in my immediate family, has really serious occupational injury and illness story. And I never thought about it. I didn't even really notice it. It was just sort of this fact of life. I had to write most of a book manuscript to really even start to reflect on it. So then it felt very above my pay grade to write that book. And I threw everything I could into it. I threw song lyrics, I threw interviews with comedians I read. And just because it was so hard to make sense of.
I'm not opposed to talking about National Socialism, just not on Socialism Saturday. I've got a new show launching after the DNC over on Rumble. We can talk about it then. I'm just saying this is focused on the left, because I think the left is actually the bigger problem that we're all dealing with right now. So I'm really glad you distinguish between the two. I immediately, yeah, I understand that, guys. We just listen. We need to be very clear about the groups that we're talking about, because a lot of the language that the left uses is the same that the language that the right uses. But the thing is you guys, the dissident right wingers, are using terms the left uses with completely different definitions. So I'm not opposed to talking about this stuff, but we always just have to, if you're on the dissident right, we have to be very, very mindful of the fact that when we're talking about the left, we're not talking about you. When we're talking about the right, we're talking about you. But when we're talking about the left, we're talking about something different. Okay. So we always have to keep those separated. We have to build a wall between them and not allow any immigration from the right over to the left or the left over to the right. We are talking about completely segregated conversations. My definition of woke is authoritarianism. It's ideologies that want to dictate what you can say and what you can talk about and what ideas you can consider, and they form cancel mobs and do struggle sessions and stuff like that. You can find it in my first book.
Given my limited capacities. And I found, I heard an interview where someone used the phrase social murder to describe the Grenfell Tower fire in the UK. If folks aren't familiar with that, it's a public housing building that was coded in insulation that was basically napalm. And residents said for a very, very long time, this is very, very dangerous. You need to not do it. You need to change this. And, you know, they're poor people, so who gives a shit? So eventually the local council didn't do anything.
It's not
eventually
worth
what people
it.
said would happen happened, and the building caught fire.
Don't be fooled. She is a socialist. Don't. I know that. Don't do it. Don't never stick your dick in crazy. It's a bad idea.
And a bunch of people died. And in the aftermath, there were people who were reaching to Engels' analysis saying this is social murder, and they're absolutely right. And there's been some very interesting research by a trio, I cite them in my chapter, by a trio of public health researchers saying Grenfell Tower has brought a lot of people's attention back to Engels into the category of social murder, and myself included. I've been a Marxist since the late 90s. I only read Engels' book in 2020, 2021, because I had for a long time had this sense of, well, you know, Marx is where the action's really at. Marx is Batman, Engels is Robin. Why would you spend time with Robin? And that's completely false. I mean, I wish I had read this book much, much sooner. But so I finished my book and was like, so that social murder thing, I wonder if anyone's written about that. And then I looked it up, and Engels had. And so then I just wanted to make sense of this. And so I just kept thinking it through. But yeah, so that's how, again, it largely by accident, you know, by the time I was working, I finished my book before the COVID pandemic. My work on
what I will say is one of the things I appreciate about the Groypers is that they're very used to Nick yelling at them during the super chat section. And so when Groypers come into my stream and I start yelling at them, they take it so much better than most conservatives do. Most conservatives, the minute I start yelling at them, they start whining, they start crying, they stomp their feet, they run over to Twitter and they talk about how I'm a narcissist and I have a personality disorder and all this stuff. But Groypers, when I yell at them, they're kind of just like, chill, bro. They take it so much better. Nick has trained them.
Social murder began before the pandemic, but has really come out during the pandemic, and that has also very much colored my understanding of the category. So it's partly, you know, stumbling backwards, trying to respond to what's happening in the world, but it was never a plan on my part. And I've continually been like, oh man, I wish I'd have figured this out 10 years ago. So,
well, we're figuring it out now.
Yeah.
Now is never too late. Thanks again for that talk. Quite fascinating. Obviously, some of you might not know I'm a Nate Holdren super fan, so he has to endure all my questions and interests frequently online. So thank you for that as well. But happy to have you both here.
I don't experience something I have to endure, but thank you.
Would like to have, before we get on to Q&A, and again, just a reminder, if you got questions, send them in the chat, send them via
I'm going to be taking
Twitter,
Facebook,
so
don't worry about it.
Whatever. I've gotten like 6 texts from Red May people.
Bro, Hitler literally said he was fighting Marxists and communists. We're going to be watching Hitler speeches on my new show, by the way. That's one of the things on the list.
Just over this talk with tons of questions. So before we do that, I'd really be interested in hearing the two of you, if you have any questions.
So we'll hear directly from him
on each other's
is what's going to happen.
Presentations. I think this might be a great time to return to that, maybe looking for synchrony between the cooperativity and state and social cooperativity and antagonism that it generates and defers. And several of the questions that I'm seeing thus far also point to, I think, maybe something all of us can recognize.
Yeah, so Dragon Balls, a bunch of the speeches have been translated. So what exists now is there are videos of Hitler giving speeches that they used AI to translate the German into English. So you can actually hear Hitler giving the speech in English, which I haven't really watched any of them. I've just heard about them. And so that's definitely on the list to do.
Nice, which is that categories of social murder and military securitization force securitization in general. There seems to be a lot in common there. So curious what you all might have in mind.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also a Nate super fan. As we're both, I don't know if this was part of our organizing process, but we have the two angles heads.
And by the way, if anyone, I'll make the ask. If anyone wants to help me set up OBS for the new show and have the thing where when people send in a super chat, and I've got like Power Chat Live set up and all that stuff, but if someone can help me set up OBS to have the thing where like what Nick has, where the super chat gets read off when people send it in, and it shows up on the screen and it makes a noise. Or if some groiper can help me set that up, I would really be appreciative of it, because I'm old and I'm a girl and I can't figure it out and I need help. And so if someone can help me, that would be really great. Yeah, well, we'll figure that out, okay? We'll figure it out.
Here. Yeah, trying to redeem our boy. But yeah, Nate,
I need a boy to teach me how to do something.
During a great talk, even though I've heard versions and read the chapter and listened to you talk about this several times before, and particularly, I guess, just like the awful relevance of this. About a year ago, I think it was. Yeah, a year ago, a childhood friend of mine posted on Instagram that his cousin, who's only 32, suffered really terrible burns at work at this one of the big steel plants in Hamilton, Ontario, where I used to live, Stelco. And so my friend's cousin and his coworker had really bad burns from steam, and they both ultimately passed away from those burns. And then just a couple days ago, Stelco and John Kenny Unlimited, which was, I think, the contractor that had kind of, I don't know, how factory work, like everything else, is kind of has been reorganized so that no one is ultimately an employer. But both were charged for these two workers' deaths, which is a part of what I've learned from so much of your work, is how rare that is, and how also unjust it is, even when employers are charged for deaths and injuries of their workers. Because yeah, like I just think of, like, in your book, like what monetary value would you put on, like, if your dad worked their whole life and has had hip replacements and back problems, and like, yeah, every time you see him in pain in his back, like, what's the dollar value of that? His employer knows. They've calculated it.
Well, this is the point, though. This is why I do this exercise, so that people can actually see what these people talk about, because I 100% agree with you. People would be against communism if they actually knew what it meant, but most people don't even see it as a threat because they don't even know what it is. I'll go even one step further than that. Even the people who bitch and complain about communism all day, every day, have no fucking idea what it is. Most conservative pundits have no idea what these people talk about. They have no idea what these people are trying to do. And so part of the reason I have this massive archive of videos and clips, and it's literally to be able to show people, here is what they're talking about doing. Here is how it's going to impact your life. Can we start taking this seriously now? Can we stop dicking around with libs of TikTok and pretending we're being activists because you're complaining and attacking someone who worked at Home Depot, like as a cashier? Like, can we actually start taking this seriously? This is part of the reason I'm so pissed off at Trump. Trump is not taking running for president seriously. Trump is he's dicking around. And it's like, you know what, bro? There is an actual problem here. There are real problems that need to get solved in a real way, and you guys are fucking around because you don't take it seriously. So that's part of the point.
And it's one of these things that's just like, so yeah, the moral outrage I always feel when I hear your work presented, because it's not precisely not, it's a personal crisis, it's a personal emergency, it's a personal accident, but for the society we live in, it's calculated into how we operate, right? That there will be, that someone you love will be hurt or die, and that's just like, well, you need to replace this, the ceiling on this building in X amount of years. It's just part of the calculus, and I think that that should outrage us all, and I think that's why people connect with your work so much, because we can all relate to it in some way.
Thank you. I mean, it goes for your stuff too. I had a buddy when I was working on my book. He called me up. He was working at the time. He was working on construction, and he was the guy who put the orange barrels out on the highway to tell you to move over a lane because they're working on the shoulder. And he was like, "Yeah, we just got a big contract for revamping this such and such highway, and I thought of you because the plan is by the end of the they're estimating that by the end of the project, 8 guys will die, and so we've got $1 million budget to pay for the cost of that. It's just built into the budget." And I mean, in your work, this is absolutely true as well. I mean, like this military misadventure will happen, and this number of soldiers will die, and there's not even a calculation of the number of civilians that'll die. And so that the ways in which, so I don't know. So this is something when we talk about, I'm newly confused about ideology. There's perpetually, but once again, I think ideology is a real social phenomenon. I think it's a really important category and so on. On the other hand, a lot of what happens in society seems to me to result from just sort of patterns of how we live. There's just E.P. Thompson and Raymond Williams both talk this way. They say social. It comes out of Marx. Social being determined.
So who do these? So these are both college professors. The woman, I think, what did she like? She was a PhD student at a university in Toronto. This guy is a professor at Drake University, which is in the United States. I forget where it is though. Typically, like we watch a lot of college professors on Socialism Saturday. This is also through an organization called Red May. Red May is run by radical far left revolutionary socialists out of Seattle.
Determine social consciousness, not vice versa. So if you want to understand what people think, you got to look at how people live holistically. And so to an important extent, there are ideologies that are shaping what people think in an open-ended way, but also to an important extent, the patterns of social practice that we just live out on a routine basis in our society also generate these ideological forms of consciousness. And I'm a college professor at a mid-tier teaching school. I'm the first person in my family to go to college. I'm a rare example of relative class mobility. And the downside is that I work with a lot of middle class people, a lot of people who grew up middle class. And it's made me think more about kind of the class determination of what people think. Because I've repeatedly when I give talks about my book, I would say, this isn't over. My book's a history of the early 20th century for folks who haven't read it. So, but I try to stress, it's an in-depth examination of that period, but it's not really over. People are still dying all the time in workplaces. Last time I looked it up, in the United States, about 5,000 reported occupational fatalities per year. And so I said, that's 5,000 people a year dying every year. And I've repeatedly had people, I can tell people's class background, because I've repeatedly had people from a certain class background be like, well, that's not a big number. There's 333 million Americans. And every time that's happened, I sort of politely feel out where people are coming from. That's because for folks who say stuff like that, that's 5,000 of them over there. It's not 5,000 of us. Mm-hmm. And that's just a kind of gut level sensibility. Like I said, every member of my family has been hurt in a workplace injury, and often more than once. And so I see that 5,000 and I think, that's my niece and my nephew when they grow up. Mm-hmm. That's my brothers. That's my dad. That's my mom. It has been them. And so I think that, but that's not solely a matter of kind of free-floating ideology. It's also a matter of those folks' life experiences. You know, if you grow up, if you're a rich kid from the suburbs, you probably don't know anybody who's had that in a direct way. You know, you don't know anybody who's been subjected to the economic draft. You don't know anybody who's had bombs dropped on them in another country. You don't know any, immigrants, because people's class status. People live further up the hill, less shit falls on them. So I'd be interested in hearing kind of your thoughts about the degree to which ideology is an important force in the military or in military culture, or maybe it's not. Maybe, because this is something I keep changing my mind about. When I first walked into this kind of work, I thought, well, ideology would be really important, and then I've been.
I mean, listen, I think what he's saying is that to him, he's probably a very empathic individual. He probably is like very emotionally sensitive. And so for him, what he's saying is that, okay, maybe 5,000 out of 330 million isn't a very high percent, but that's still 5,000 people who are dying at work. And I think it can be very easy to kind of like poo-poo on that, to say that's like really not that many, dude. It's actually probably like accidents happen and that's the way life goes and life isn't always fair. But I also think maybe the first thing we should be doing when we're having conversations with people who have this ideology and that's 5,000 people. He's not wrong. That's 5,000 people. And maybe the first thing we should be doing, instead of saying, that's really just not that many, is to just take a more of a human approach, to be like, you know what? You're right. You're right. It sucks that 5,000 people will die on the job this year. That sucks. It sucks for them. It sucks for their families. We should be finding ways to reduce that number to be as small as possible. You're absolutely right. There is a human cost to all of this. And just be a little bit more empathetic about it before kind of like launching into like, well, that's a really small percentage, because that does kind of seem unhuman, doesn't it? It kind of seems to lack humanity. And so I think just acknowledging the humanity of the situation, this is why they look like the better side, by the way. This is why they're able to virtue signal. This is why they're able to bring people in, because it's kind of like you're choosing between people who are trying to stop the deaths of 5,000 people and people who are kind of presenting as a way of in a way of saying that they don't care. So it's okay to have humanity. It's okay to say, you know what? Yeah, that's a problem. It's not good. And to show some human concern for the issues before launching right into debunking. That's all I'm saying.
Increasingly been kind of like, I really think it's just ideology is important, but it's less important than I thought. I think it's much more that these social patterns in how we live give rise to forms of ideology, which then help defend those patterns, and they have secondary kind of feedback effects, but they're not as determinate.
Hey, Dragon Balls! I'm not sure. Dragon Balls in with the super chat. I grew up in a very Christian home, graduated from parochial school after the midterms, started learning Marxism from Carlin, knew nothing, asked my dad, why didn't we learn this? All kids should know. Thanks, Carlin. Hey, thank you. Yeah, they used to teach this stuff in school. I actually have old textbooks. I have old textbooks that I started collecting where they used to teach people around like the dangers of Marxism, the dangers of communism, stuff like that, as actually like a school activity, even like in relatively early grades too. And so they did used to teach this stuff in school. I wish they taught it now. But that's the world we live in. I do appreciate the super chat. Thank you.
I'm not sure if that made any sense, but do you have any thoughts?
I think so.
So what old textbooks should you buy? So there are actually whole websites that you can go on that sell old textbooks. You can just go peruse. I highly recommend, by the way, I say this almost every single stream, I highly recommend people collect old books. Go on to eBay. Go on to these websites where they're selling these old textbooks, like from like the 40s, 50s. I mean, you can get them from the 60s too. Get a good old dictionary. I have a dictionary from the 1940s that's like this thick, that's sitting on my floor over there, because they can't change the definitions from print books. They can change the definitions online. They can't change the definitions from books. Yeah, get books from the 1800s. Start collecting old books. Make it into a hobby. Because there will come a time when they're going to try to get rid of all of this stuff. There will come a time. Start collecting for you guys that are like about like the JQ stuff. Start collecting books that were written right after the Holocaust or during the Holocaust. Make sure you guys have copies of those. They're going to try to get rid of them at some point. The digitizing of everything is going to give the people in charge a lot of control about what information is passed forward and what information is not passed forward. And so we've got to be making print copies of things. We've got to, like, anything pre-civil rights era, lock that shit down. And there's a lot of cool stuff out there. There's books that you know, but even that, like, the Internet Archive is great for right now. I totally agree with you. But even that could get shut down. It could get shut down in a moment's notice. But you know what they can't shut down? A print book. Print stuff off from the Internet Archive. Just put it in a file somewhere. Create a collection. But don't keep them on a digital copy though. Because if you keep it on a digital copy, like the potential of like that digital copy being corrupted, that digital copy just going away, don't rely on the internet for any of this. Have physical print copies. Oh, bookbinding is so cool. There's so much cool stuff you can do.
I mean, I think it makes sense as a question. Do I have any thoughts? I don't know. I feel like, yeah, I used to be like much more kind of, I feel like, dogmatic about this. I was like, well, I'm interested in the stuff that's like objectively killing people, you know? I think there's something I'm self-critical about now, but like when I was an undergrad and was like, I want the goriest, bloodiest shit. And now I'm the opposite. And I'm like, oh, why didn't I study literature? Why didn't I study?
I also think too, guys, and on the book topic, not to go on too much of a tangent, one of the reasons that I do what I do in terms of the Substack, in terms of doing all this socialism stuff and watching these videos and archiving all this stuff, is I believe that my work is not actually for now. I believe that what I'm doing is documenting what's going on now, hoping that 50 years from now, 100 years from now, my work will survive and that someone who's kind of looking back on this time period will have a resource they can go to where they have everything documented. They have primary source materials all in one place. They can look back on this time period and say what happened. And there's a very real possibility that my work will not survive. There's a very real possibility that at some point it will just get wiped off the internet entirely. But I kind of view it as part of my job to do what I do in terms of like, I'm trying to create an archive for the future about what happened. And so it kind of sucks that I know my work isn't appreciated now, but I'm creating my work for history. And the reason I bring this up is I think everyone should be doing the same thing. There was a time when people were much better about documenting things, writing things down, creating diaries, like doing actual journalism. Journalism is just about journaling, right? And about creating these resources, like writing letters to people. How much of our history is known because of handwritten letters that just survived and they wound up in some historian's archive or a journal that survived or things like that? We need to be creating these artifacts because if we don't create these artifacts, no one else is going to do it. If we don't create these artifacts, we're going to have like Instagram influencers being the primary thing people are looking at to understand this time. We're going to have like stupid people on Twitter, like content creators on Twitter being the people documenting this time. We need smart people to be doing this stuff. And I'm going to be honest, it's kind of a thankless task sometimes, but I really do believe that this is going to be important. I don't want to rely on YouTube to like for any of this stuff to survive. I want to be creating an archive of things that people can look back on to understand what the fuck happened. And I think everyone should be doing that with whatever you care about. Because if people, yeah, exactly. It's concerning because they've digitized many handwritten documents in recent years. It is concerning. It is. But if we don't just make the effort to create these things, then people 100 years from now, 200 years from now, 500 years from now, they're going to have nothing to reference. And I don't know, maybe it's dumb, but I do actually think that that's important.
That, but I don't know. But ideology is one of the things that came to mind when you were talking, precisely about when you're talking about the state as an accomplice to social murder. I think we can't underestimate how much ideology is produced through the state.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not, I guess I just don't see it as two separate functions. I think actions are also kind of ideological. Like, I don't know, I think it's, ideology doesn't just happen in culture or the written word or something. Like, think of how, like, you were talking about dividing and segmenting people through like hyper-specific benefits. That's so ideological. And I mean, I thought of the military. Like, there's a great, fantastic historian named Jennifer Middlestat, and she has a great book on the welfare state within the U.S. Army and how it was constructed in the 20th century, and then dismantled like everything else in neoliberalism. But like, soldiers' benefits and veterans' benefits aren't what they once were, but there's still kind of, there's so much ideology around the military in this country, especially, that is such that you can't have public benefits that like surpass what is available to veterans and soldiers, which are shit now, like are shit, because there isn't a broader social safety net. So like, you can't give like the proles something better than what like the most deserving and the heroes get, because that's insulting. Like, that'll always be like an ideological maneuver that's available, right?
Yeah,
and so
I agree with this.
It's important
Great idea,
to
Baby
like,
Queen.
keep that ceiling low also, because you can't ask for what is more than what like a veteran gets, even if like in reality the state does not give a shit about like working class veterans, as we all know from seeing people living on the street, and or even through personal connections. Like, I just think I'm not like an ideology expert, but I think it is extremely important, and definitely not something that is separate from the kind of what we see as more kind of concrete or the repressive aspects of the state. I think they really are firmly hand in hand. Does that make sense?
Completely. That's really thought-provoking. I'm going to keep cogitating on that after our conversation is done today. I really appreciate it. I think maybe for me, I've been sort of, part of the issue is I've been thinking my way out of a less generative way to think about ideology and into a new one. And I've done more of the unthinking and less of the new direction. But I think you're absolutely right. It's not a separate process, and forms of action are themselves ideological. That's very thought-provoking. Thank you for that.
Well, that's always a process, right? Like,
yeah.
And I think we also, like, as people in the world, like, even if like you and I professionally think, as embarrassing as that is, we also think in the rest of our lives and the real world. And that's always a process. And we're ourselves affected by what our environment is. Like, are we in an organization? Are we actively political or not? Is the only politics we're doing, like right now, I feel like the only politics I'm doing is just like, I'm just writing my dissertation and doing academic stuff. And I feel like how that affects my thinking versus like when I was really active in my union or something. Like, but it also changes over time. So I think we're always a work in progress. Not to be like a live, laugh, love about it, but I think that's true.
I appreciate it. Thank you for that. I had one other thought, not directly related, but Sean, we were talking about Dillinger 4. Jasmine, you may know there's a band from Canada. As an American, I say propaganda. Canadians say propaganda. And I'm embarrassed by how much I think about bands like this all the time, but I'm trying to stop being embarrassed because I think that there aren't. Well, let me back up. So Propaganda has this incredible song called Iteration, and it's a fan.
Well, listen. One of you's got to write it. I don't disagree with this. I think that Groyper War 1 should be documented. I think everything Nick's doing should be documented. That's part of, like, I have this blog where I'm talking about, like, cancel culture, where Nick is, like, a protagonist in it, because I think that what's happened to Nick and, like, cancel culture in general and all the things we can learn from what they've done to him is an important thing to document. But if you want the Groyper War documented, one of you guys has to do it. Otherwise, history will be written by the winners. You guys might not be the winners. There's a very high likelihood that all of us are fucked. And I'm willing to go down with the ship. I'm willing to fight the good fight. But if you guys aren't writing and documenting your own history, then no one is going to do it for you. You should do it. Absolutely. You should do it.
Fantasy of Donald Rumsfeld being on trial for war crimes. And the first line is Donald wept through the proceedings. And it has a line when he's sentenced for war crimes. There's a line that says, how can one man ever repay a debt so appalling you can't gouge 10,000 eyes from a single head? And then in the end, they sentence him to spend the rest of his life diffusing landmines.
Say the socialists win, how long till their system collapses? I don't know. First of all, I absolutely think they're going to win. For me, it's more like when they're going to win. I've talked about my timeline for this. I'm going to talk about this as part of, like, different writing projects I'm doing. So follow along with my writing if you want to know more. And I have videos about this. I have posts about this, all this stuff. But, like, I absolutely think they're going to win. How long until their system collapses? I mean, it really depends on what they do after they win. I don't know. But not, I mean, it'll be generations. We're not talking about decades. We're talking about generations. So, and in some respects, does it really matter? Because we're all going to be long dead when it does.
But I think about that all the time because it partly gets at how, and there's a Horkheimer quote, I forget the exact wording, but it's something like, when the new society finally exists, it's not going to redeem all the people destroyed by the society that preceded it, the society we currently live in.
Oh, I didn't update my super chat total.
There's no repaying. Like, I'm terribly sorry for your friend's loss that you mentioned. You know, like, there's no repaying that. Like, people just have to, like, that's just part of who they are now. Like, that suffering, that harm, that grief, that never goes away. And there's no quid pro quo, anything like that. Though we're ideologically offered lots of quid pro quos. And part of why I like that Propaganda song so much is it sort of gets into that. Like, this isn't the realm of equivalence. And what I was going to say is I think that shit, like I said, shit rolls downhill, and the kinds of harms that we're talking about are often swept under the rug within elite circles and official circles. And so it's not even like that they're called acceptable. It's just that they're not called anything at all. And I think the kinds of things that do.
Well, and I appreciate the side conversations we're having, guys. The side conversations make kind of like the boring parts of watching socialism a little less boring. And so I appreciate that. Groyper movement can grow to stop them. I mean, this is part of why I support Nick Fuentes, to be honest, because I believe that the biggest obstacle in the way to effectively fighting the left is the right. It's the conservative movement. And so Nick's inclinations to go after the conservative establishment are absolutely dead on. Now, he might have different reasons than I do for wanting to do that, but it doesn't make it any less valuable, right? And so so I absolutely believe that can happen. What I will say is, I understand that Nick has a long-term vision. I understand Nick's being highly pragmatic about it. I don't think Nick truly understands how bad of a threat the left is right now and how close the left is to actually overthrowing the government. And that's not his fault. He's been focused on many other things. Nick is very smart about so many things. I don't think he really has been paying attention to this, though. And this, I think, is going to be a bigger problem than he anticipates sooner. And so while I'm completely on board with, doing everything possible to burn down the conservative establishment and actually, implement policies that are America First policies that make sense. I'm even on board with like the whole government being run by the Catholic men. I really am. I'm personally on board with it, even though I'm not a Catholic yet. And I don't want to get anyone's hopes up. I just said I would go to Catholic church if Nick collaborated with me. Okay, so I was putting out a little bit of a bribe, but I don't want anyone to get their hopes up. Anyway, I'm actually on board with watching with that happening because I do think overall things would be better. I just don't know if all of that is going to be able to happen before these guys reach their end game. And so that, I think, is a question that he hasn't grappled with yet, but we'll see. No, I do not like Jay Dyer, but you can like whoever you want. That's fine. Jane, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. We still have like 40 minutes left of this. You know what? To be very clear, I strongly doubt I'm going to convert. I grew up in a Catholic family. I've been to Catholic church a million times. I'm not dumb when it comes to Catholicism. I don't mind you guys being Catholic. I just have a different view of the world, but I don't mind going to Catholic church. I don't mind talking about ideas. I don't mind talking about philosophy. I actually think that you would be surprised how much my ideology overlaps with yours. We have some differences too. But I did say that if Nick did a stream collaborating with me where we got to complain about all of the shortcomings of the Trump campaign, then as a reward for that, I would go to Catholic church. Okay. And I mean it. Yes, I've been to a Latin mass. Yes, I have. My entire family is Catholic, guys. I grew up in an Irish Catholic and French Catholic family. My parents went to school with the nuns. All right. I understand Catholicism. I just wasn't raised to be Catholic.
Who raise them tend to be in kind of quote unquote low cultures, vernacular cultures. My age and geography are showing, but for me it was kind of local punk in the 90s and early aughts. But there are other examples. There's nothing really bad happens to people who matter in this society. And if you're someone who matters and something bad happens to you, in the process, you're stripped of mattering. Like you were an important person, and then this happened to you. Now you live at the bottom of the mountain among the rest of the plebs. Like that's sort of the process. And so I think like the forms of meaning making that we have for thinking about that stuff are themselves tend to live among folks who are at the bottom of the mountain and are less. They're kind of. The reason I find this stuff embarrassing is because I'm noticing that my references are.
Well, to be really clear, in my heart of hearts, I'm an anarcho-capitalist. I'm very libertarian. The problem is the Libertarian Party sucks. Libertarians suck. No offense, I'm sure you're great. But like libertarians cannot come together and work together on anything productive if it's meant to save their lives. The Libertarian Party is ridiculous. They have completely failed. They're about to go bankrupt. They have no relevance at all. I really hoped it could be saved. I don't think so. The reason I say I'm in favor, I wouldn't be opposed to like the Catholic monarchy is purely from a practical perspective of I actually think the Groypers are in a much better position to actually accomplish something in the real world than the Libertarian Party is. So it's purely like if the Libertarian Party started sucking significantly less than they suck today, I would be on board with it. But they can't get anything done. They're incompetent. All they do is tweet. And so until they change, I cannot rely on the libertarians to save us.
Low references, and I'm surrounded by middle-class people who have high references. That's sort of my thought on that.
I don't think it's embarrassing.
Fair enough. Fair enough. It shouldn't.
Go ahead, be embarrassed. Why not?
I mean, I'm a lifelong Midwesterner, so that's just my culture. But yeah.
I also, Sean, I'm getting the vibe that you want to say something, but I just want to ask Nate, also while you were talking, I wonder if you have read Marta Jimenez's essay on population in capitalism.
No.
It's from originally from 1977, but it's also in her, the Brill edition of her book. I can send you the link, but it's called Population and Capitalism, and her book is Marx, Women, and Capitalist Social Reproduction from the Brill Haymarket.
Capitalist Social Reproduction!
Great book.
Capitalist Social Reproduction. Pop quiz for the chat. What is social reproduction? I was grabbing something on the other side of my desk. Hang on. Capitalist social reproduction. What is that? Pop quiz. If you don't know the answer, that's fine. We haven't talked about social reproduction in a while. But this is for the old heads, as it were. What is social reproduction? Does anyone know? Please tell me my it's not a buzzword, it's a real thing. This is important, okay? This is important for new people. What is social reproduction? Okay. Does everyone want to know why the far left wants to abolish the nuclear family? Social reproduction is why the far left wants to abolish the nuclear family. And this, by the way, is actually one of the things that Nick Fuentes needs to fucking understand. For real. Because the attacks on parental rights are real. Right now, if Nick got married to his perfect Catholic virgin Italian hot young wife within the next 5 years, and they started popping out kids, Nick lives in Illinois. Nick is not going to have parental rights by the time his kids reach kindergarten in Illinois. I promise you. And the reason that all these attacks on parental rights are taking place is because of social reproduction. Social reproduction is the idea that social systems will reproduce itself until they are disrupted. On the far left, the production mechanism for capitalism is the nuclear family. What the left believes is that capitalism will continue to perpetuate because it is reproduced within the nuclear family. This is why they want to abolish the nuclear family. And abolishing the nuclear family was literally in the Communist Manifesto, by the way. So let's see who got some right answers in the chat. Social systems will reproduce themselves until they are disrupted. Yup. Social reproduction theory says social systems reproduce the components of capitalism. Yup. The system that puts men into the workplace, women into the home during the unpaid labor of raising the nuclear family. Exactly. Yes. The way they are trying to abolish the nuclear family is by attacking parental rights. That's one of the ways. They're also trying to queer the nuclear family by introducing polyamory. There are cities in the United States that have passed laws protecting polyamory, offering benefits to polyamorous couples, stuff like that. They're also trying to there's some other weird things that they're trying to do as well, but those are the big ones. Trying to take your kids away so the state owns your kids. The fact that the nuclear family produces baby capitalists and will continue until capitalism is overthrown. So what they believe, guys, is that women are oppressed in the home doing the unpaid labor of raising the next generation of proletarian workers that are the children. They believe that motherhood must be disrupted because it's the mothers that are raising the future capitalists or the future proletarians, as it were. You teach your children to be capitalists, so they must be disrupted by forwarding the communist utopia. Exactly. So this is why this is important. Because this is the core, this is why gender ideology is in schools, because the goal of gender ideology is not actually to sexualize kids. The goal of gender ideology is to teach kids that gender is non-binary. When they teach kids that gender is non-binary, that is an attack on the nuclear family. If society eliminates the gender binary, the nuclear family will cease to exist. in the form that we currently have it. And so that's the point of all of it. It was never about sexualizing kids. It was never about drag queens. It was never about pedos. It was never about that. It was about convincing kids when they're young that gender is non-binary, that everyone is non-binary. Non-binary means no binary. Binary, the gender binary just means men and women. And so if you can convince people that men and women don't exist, and right now upwards of 40% of kids in school believe that gender is non-binary, then that eventually is going to end up dissolving the nuclear family. It's just a matter of time. I don't have any influence with anyone. I have no influence at all. And I kind of like it that way. If I'm irrelevant, and I like it that way. So if people want Trump and JD Vance and whoever else to know about this, you guys got to tell them you guys have just as much influence as I do. I actually know the answer to this. Where do babies come from in the Marxist utopia? Hang on to your hats. Surrogacy. We have them on video talking about this. They want to get rid of the nuclear family. They want all kids to be born via surrogates. They talk about that. These birthing pods, have people seen these birthing pods? Yeah. Those are going, like, think about any dystopian movie you've seen. Brave New World, the state hatched the children. In 1984, they were trying to do ARTSEM. That they were trying to get rid of the orgasm so all children would be produced through artificial insemination. They called it ARTSEM. In The Giver, the state produced the children. In Logan's Run, the state produced the children. It was all via surrogacy. They've got these birthing pods that they're trying to figure out. By the way, I covered this last year sometime, but there's the article over on my Substack. They're trying to figure out a way, I shit you not, they're trying to figure out a way to gestate children in the bodies of brain-dead people. So literally using brain-dead bodies to grow children, male bodies and female bodies. There was a medical journal article about this last year. So, yep, surrogacy. Surrogacy is the answer. Birthing pods. We have them on video talking about this. So, yeah. This is why it's important that people understand what social reproduction is. Because social reproduction is the thing that's going to epically fuck all of us. And if people aren't paying attention to this, and they aren't working, Nick needs to know about this. Nick Fuentes needs to understand this. And I can teach him if he'll talk to me about it. But if he doesn't want to, that's okay too. I'm not going to try to force anything. I'm just saying that if you're not paying attention to parental rights should be, for all intents and purposes, the number one issue of our time. Everything should come back to parental rights. And by the way, and this is the scary thing, parental rights for you means parental rights for other people. So you have to allow other people to do crazy, weird shit with their kids until we have a dictator. But if you don't allow other people to raise their kids the way they want to, that means the state's going to come in and raise all your kids too. And people are not talking enough about this. I scream about this all the time. Yes, I'll show it to you. Hang on. I'm not joking about this. Hang on. Yes, they are trying to use brain-dead bodies to gestate children. I wrote a whole article about it. I'll put it in the chat. This February of last year, I wrote about this a year and a half ago. Look at this. Talked about Sophie. The crib is designed to grow babies outside the womb. There's a birthing pod. This is the abstract. This was Whole body gestational donation. Is that showing on my screen? Yes. Look at this. This was in a medical journal. Whole body gestational donation. November 2022. Whole body gestational donation offers an alternative means of gestation for prospective parents who wish to have children but cannot or prefer not to gestate. It seems plausible that some people would be prepared to consider donating their whole bodies for gestational purposes, just as some people donate parts of their bodies for organ donation. We already know that pregnancies can be successfully carried to term in brain dead women. There is no obvious medical reason why initiating such pregnancies would not be possible. In this paper, I explore the ethics of whole body gestational donation. I consider a number of potential counterarguments, including the fact that such donations are not life-saving and that may reify female reproductive body. I suggest that if we are happy to accept organ donations in general, the issues raised by whole body gestational donation are differences of degrees rather than substantive new concerns. In addition, I identify some intriguing possibilities, including the use of male bodies, perhaps thereby circumventing the potential feminist objections. I've been talking about this shit for a year and a half. I'm just saying, I tried to tell people, this is why I've gone insane. I tried to tell people this was happening. No one listened. No one listened. But it's real. It's real. And it's happening in front of us right now. And it's real. And if you are unfamiliar with my work, I highly recommend you check out some of my Abolish the Family sessions of Socialism Saturday. I've covered more Abolish the Family content than anyone on the internet. This is Abolish the Family stuff. You're welcome. I told you guys, listen, I understand that some people think what I do is boring. All we do is sit here and watch socialism. But I'll tell you what. When we hit the golden nuggets, it is the most dystopian shit that you've ever seen in your life. I will show you the most crazy things going on in the world that you never knew were happening. So we have to sit through a lot of boring stuff. But the way that we find out about what's going on in the world is we listen to all the boring shit and we talk and we have fun and we drink and we, kind of try to make it interesting. But in the midst of the boring shit, and we've seen this happen time and time and time and time and time again, we will get a golden nugget of a piece of information that is the most dystopian thing you've ever heard in your life. And we only find it because we sit through all the boring stuff. So that's why we do what we do. You're welcome. Let's keep going.
The Brill edition of her book, I can send you the link, but it's called Population and Capitalism, and her book is Marx, Women, and Capitalist Social Reproduction, from the Brill Haymarket Historical Materialism series.
It's okay.
Great book. You can
We're here for
a
you.
cheap copy in the Haymarket sales.
If anyone is feeling overwhelmed right now, I understand, because this is listen, if people think I'm crazy, there's a reason I'm crazy. I've been living in this world every day of my life for 3 years. It's a lot. And when you really realize that this stuff is real, this is happening all around us, all the time, it's overwhelming. And I want you to know, if you're feeling overwhelmed, if you're feeling sick, if you're feeling like you're having a lot of cognitive dissonance, we're all here for you. Every single person that's been with me for years has gone through this same process. Every single person that's watched my content since I started doing this stuff has gone through the roller coaster of cognitive dissonance. It takes a minute. It's real. And that's why we do this, because we need a way to cope, essentially. We're coping.
but it's a great chapter that talks about kind of, the idea of like the always this kind of the super racist and bullshit idea of like a population problem.
And if you want to support the work I'm doing, please feel free to send in a super chat or to join my Substack. Because as it turns out, it is not you don't get rich on the internet talking about the most dystopian shit imaginable. So if you want me to keep doing this, make sure you fund my work. I'm just saying, not to grift or anything, but kind of to grift a little bit, just a little. But I think I've earned it.
Especially in the global South, which is for her. It's, she's focused on Latin America, and it's a great essay that basically makes the argument that like there is no population question in capitalism because capitalism has ways of dealing with not being able to feed everyone, which is letting them die. So it's actually not a question for capitalism. And when it becomes kind of an issue for capitalism, it has these things where you can increase mortality basically for the surplus populations. And then what I think is really, important in this chapter, in this article, it says like in socialism, there might be a population problem because the premise of a socialist society would be that it actually does matter if
here we
people
go
have enough to eat, if there's a
here
scarcity,
we go here we go
that is actually,
here we go. Holy shit, we just hit the depopulation section. I didn't see this coming. In a socialist society, we're only going to be able to feed so many people, and we know that, and so we have to think about population control. Yes, she did. Yup. Uh-huh. Yup. I told you, social reproduction, every single fucking time. Every single time these people talk about social reproduction, in swoops the most dystopian reality that you've ever heard of. Every single time.
in this chapter, in this article, it says like in socialism, there might be a population problem because the premise of a socialist society would be that it actually does matter if people have enough to eat, if there's a scarcity, if, that is actually a premise of socialism, is that we want everyone to have a good life and, not live horrific, avoidable deaths, et cetera, et cetera. And I always think it's a great essay for that reason, because it's like actually not an issue for capitalist society if we have too many people, because we don't care how, like, about the quality of most people's lives and whether they live or die, especially in the global South. But in socialism, it actually is a question. And I think it's a great chapter for thinking through these things.
All right. I need to clip this. I'm sorry. I need to clip this. I need to go back. I need to get this clip. I've never caught them on video talking about the depopulation question before. Hang on. Need to go back to the start of this clip. We'll listen again. Okay, let me just get my clippy clip tool. That was crazy, right? Everyone heard the same thing I did? Am I making too big of a deal out of this? Let me know in the chat. Be honest.
Cheap copy in the Haymarket sales. But it's a great chapter that talks about kind of, the idea of like the always this kind of the super racist and bullshit idea of like a population problem, especially in the global South, which is it's for her. It's, she's focused on Latin America, and it's a great essay that basically makes the argument that like there is no population question in capitalism because capitalism has ways of dealing with not being able to feed everyone, which is letting them die. So it's actually not a question for capitalism. And when it becomes kind of an issue for capitalism, it has these things where you can increase mortality basically for the surplus populations. And then what I think is really, important in in this chapter, in this article. She says, like, in socialism, there might be a population problem because the premise of a socialist society would be that it actually does matter if people have enough to eat, if there's a scarcity, if, you know, that is actually a premise of socialism, is that we want everyone to have a good life and, you know, not live horrific, avoidable deaths, et cetera, et cetera. And I always think it's a great essay for that reason, because it's like actually not an issue for capitalist society if we have too many people, because we don't care how, like, about the quality of most people's lives and whether they live or die, especially in the global south. But in socialism, it actually is a question. And I think it's a great chapter for thinking through these things. It reminded me a lot of your premises in your discussion of social murder, which I don't think is a concept that she talks about. But I think it might be fruitful or provoking or interesting for you to read.
All right, I got it.
Read it. Thank you for the.
I got it. I got the clip. Okay. Oh, hang on. Give me 1 sec just to make sure this saves. 1 sec, please. My clippy clip tool is going insane right now. I'm getting the blue screen of death. Do I think Canada's MAID euthanasia program is a socialist depopulation strategy? Yep. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Now, listen, I'm not at all opposed to, like, assisted suicide. I know a lot of people don't like that, but I fundamentally believe that if someone, I know this guy in New Hampshire who I love and adore. He has a terminal illness. And this is one of his big things that he wants to do before he dies. He wants to legalize assisted suicide. And I understand that people have a problem with that. I get why. But I fundamentally believe if a person has a terminal illness, especially, then they should be able to decide when they go in a peaceful way, in a humane way, in a way that is not going to cause them any pain and stuff like that. However, that thing that's going on in Canada, that's a euthanasia program. I absolutely agree with that. That's about getting rid of the undesirables of society, because Canada is already pretty effing socialist. And so I don't think that this is just about allowing people to peacefully choose when it's their time, when they have a terminal illness. They're telling people with depression to kill themselves. They're telling people who have perfectly curable illnesses to kill themselves. Like, that's just not cool, man. Not cool at all. Super chat for the harm done by my triggering question. No worries. Dub, thank you. Hey, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. All right, hang on 1 second, guys. Let me just hide the 87 windows that just opened on my desktop when I clipped that, and we will continue.
The recommendation, and Sean, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I had another thought in response to Jasmine. So this has been on my mind kind of off and on, in various ways, but it occurred to me again as you're talking. So I'm not sure about this, and this is probably has. Anyway, let me say, I'm qualifying before I say it. We, in my opinion, we live in a society that's a death machine, and I think that in important ways, I'm talking about the kind of depoliticized economic elements of that, and you're talking about the politicized.
Thank you, though.
The other elements of that are organized somewhat differently, but they're two halves of a whole. And it something I say a lot, but I say it with more confidence than I have. A society that's a death machine is also a society for producing ghouls who are okay with all the death. And so I think in addition to all the killing, there's a production of people who were relatively inured, I think that's the word, relatively inured to the killing, and resources to help them live with themselves. And so some people will just get marked for death, and other people will get paid for playing roles in that. And they get things that help them live with, like, that's a common question. Well, how do they live with themselves? And it's this kind of rhetorical question that's an expression of our very understandable outrage at all these harm and loss. But that actually is a practical problem. How do they live with themselves? And that's a problem that's answered directly through a host of forms of ideological production. And I would imagine this shows up even more in your stuff in the military. Of like, how do you make sure people are willing to kill and die, or send other people to kill and die? But I see it in my own work, in my immediate workplace. Like I said, they laid off a coworker. There've been a bunch of layoffs here at work. We've tried to push back on some of it. It's been a mixed bag. But the fact that folks who run this place think in terms of budgets and dollars and cents and so on just means they don't even have to notice the reality. Like I said, my coworker who was here when I walked in, who's just been laid off, was thinking about retiring in a year or two, is going to have a different and worse life for the next few years. Hopefully everything works out well. I think they're going to be okay. But it is a real harm. And like the folks who made that decision in a set of terms that insulate them from any of the concerns that I just mentioned. And so that sort of like perceptual insulation, that's on my mind a lot. And then you were talking about the kind of racist population rhetoric and so on. Like that's another way I think of being like, hey, those people at the bottom of the hill who were discarded, I'm okay with that. Here's why. And I think some of the time there's a sort of non-perception, and other times there's a sort of active, like, well, fuck them, they deserve it. But that's on my mind. That's sort of the thing that coming out the other side of this project that I continue to be preoccupied with. I thought of it as you were talking, so I wanted to mention it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, we've just lived through a year, and I mean, it's ongoing, of like watching genocide unfold before our eyes and hearing the ideology machine go absolutely insane over it. Connected, obviously, with the like repressive institutions, as we saw, like protests and so on. But I think that
that's
question of how do
a
they
really
live
good idea.
is like a
Actually, you
question.
should definitely do that.
I feel like I asked myself,
everyone should learn how to play chess.
Generally,
it's fundamental
like,
to game theory.
I don't know, when I think about kind of the mundane manifestations of all this kind of violence, right? I think about like, oh, I need to buy a new pair of shoes. And then I'm just like, a child makes my shoes, like it's, and their family probably lives next to the toxic fumes that come out of the factory where my shoes are made. Just like,
yeah, do it, dude.
Your children,
be a
right?
leader.
Like, this is why I think, on the left generally, but as Marxists, as socialists, we can't afford to not think about international politics at all times, because, yeah, the social murder is globalized as well, and I think, but that also so there's an ideological component, but there's also a structural component, right? Like when you have a conscript army, you have to face that, and you're part of it. You have to face that question more head on, of like, I'm in this thing, it's out of my choice, like it's out of my hands. A volunteer army, the question is asked kind of before being in the institution, but also we've seen the American soldier who self-immolated this year, Aaron Bushnell, he answered that question in a way where he said he couldn't. In a very horrifying, violent way, he answered that question in a different way. And some people just leave. Some people decide like, this isn't for me. Some people decide that in other kind of lines of work as well. I think it's something we do confront regularly in our society, in small and big ways, and in ways that are less noticeable or less politicized. Sometimes we're just like, the job market shit, I'm leaving academia, Sometimes people unionize their workplace. Sometimes people do all kinds of things. But I think it is a really important question, and one that we can ask in ways that's not disempowering. I shouldn't be consuming this much. It's like, well, I probably shouldn't. Do I have options? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But I think it is a great question, is relevant in a whole bunch of different ways at different scales. I don't know if that was even relevant to what you just asked.
It was great. Sean, you were going to say something.
I'm just going to jump in. You all are having a great discussion. I feel like this could go on for a while, and appreciate
please
it.
Impose some order.
We're just going to try and I'm going to maybe throw some questions together that we've received. Kind of been working on
Q&A, best
mixing
part.
and mingling those with some questions I already had myself. And then we'll try to maybe get out of here in the next 15 minutes of that.
Janet says, I'm confused. Aren't they condemning capitalism for not caring about people's quality of life, but they're acknowledging socialism needs to address overpopulation? They're talking about planning how many people can be born. So they're not necessarily talking about killing off the current population. They're talking about a completely planned society where you have to apply to have kids, you have to be approved to have kids, the government controls how many kids are born, the government controls the population. That's what they're talking about.
Works for you all, 1520. How would I? Well,
it's a good question, though. I appreciate.
Sorry,
you
I
asking.
just got a text from somebody asking about how the particular command structure between both of the contexts that you all are working in. And Jasmine, we got some comments in the chat from YouTube as well, asking about the broader expression of command economy that we might find in a military hierarchy that has, or perceivably is inherited from capitalist social relations, or at least mediated by them. For me, not only thinking about an immediate context like what's going on in Gaza, the genocidal apartheid that's going on in Gaza, just not to go without saying, or the Russo-Ukrainian context, you've got these divergent conflicts in many different ways, while at the same time they're you have opposing forces having to sort of conscript in new ways, or at least in our lifetimes, previously unprecedented ways in the spaces that they're working in. Active combatants. I think what I'm trying to dance around something, I'm not exactly sure, maybe I'll just kind of be pointed about it, but are there ways in which today, for both of you, actually, we see shifts in capitalist command that are more representative, or maybe there's more disintermediation through security concerns, whether those be domestic economy concerns, or, for example, in foreign military conflict. Also, in many places, domestic military conflict. So, are there ways that we're seeing today in the present shifts in capitalist command, capitalist statecraft that is navigated by security mobilization? That's like three or four questions combined, so forgive the stutter and stop there. But, and if the answer is no, that's also fine.
I feel like I'm still not totally sure what you're asking. Yeah, maybe Nate, do you have an answer at this point?
I mean, I think it's partly a matter of the degree of analytical abstraction, and those serve different purposes, all of which are valid. So, like, my stuff, a lot of my stuff is like, I mean, to put it reductively, a critic of my stuff could reasonably say, oh yeah, nothing's new under the sun. I made that joke about my book. Things were bad and then differently bad later, right? So my stuff emphasizes continuity, like that in all these shifts, the system changes to remain the same. And so we're going to see shifts that reposit longstanding problems. That's true and important for some purposes. It's also has limitations for other purposes, because concretely, the left and the workers' movement has to act. The left and the workers' movement doesn't act in a context of general tendencies. It acts in a concrete situation that confronts concrete expressions of those general tendencies. And so I think at that level, there are tremendously important shifts. What the shifts are in terms of the organization of the state and military conflicts on, that feels kind of above my pay grade. I wish I had a better sense of that stuff, but I will also say, this past 8 months or so, the genocide in Gaza has been so horrific that it's been hard to. I was going to say stunned silence, but I'm pretty loud. I've been kind of like stunned. I've been whatever the loud version of stunned silence is. I've been like sort of screaming more than thinking because the horror of it is. It sort of relates to what we're talking about ideology. The basic patterns of social life in capitalism are themselves disciplinary and promote the reproduction of the system. And that sort of being stunned by the
social
horror
life
is a facet of
reproduces
that.
the system.
Like the awfulness disorganizes in an important respect. It doesn't absolutely do so, but it works in that direction. And the very important solidarity mobilizations, the very important mobilizations of Palestinian people that we've seen, they're working. They have to confront and overcome that sort of being stunned horror. So it's not. It is a political problem that can be overcome, but it is a real one. But yeah, in terms of what the concrete shifts are, that's. I don't know as much about that. I feel like that's got to be true, but I don't. But I don't think I don't feel confident to address what they are. The genocide in Gaza feels like a historical transformation in a very important way. But on the other hand, I think you probably make an argument that this just is the history of settler colonialism. This is the history of white supremacy. This is the history of imperialism, and it's always been this way. It's just
settler colonialism, white supremacy, imperialism. What do all those words have in common? Pop quiz for the chat. This is settler colonialism. This is white supremacy. This is imperialism. What's the common denominator between all those words? Why is he saying that our society is all these things? It's not about white men. It's about capitalism. All of those words mean capitalism. Settler colonialism means capitalism. When in regards to what's going on in the Middle East, Israel are considered to be the settler colonists. They are the oppressors. They are the bourgeois. They are oppressing the Palestinians by colonizing their land. Colonization means to take something that was part of the indigenous collective and privatize it under the oppressive force of capitalism. White supremacy means capitalism because it's a reference to systemic racism or institutional racism. They're not talking about race. They're talking about the system that upholds racism, the institution that upholds racism. That institution is capitalism. If you guys have questions about that, especially the dissident right-wingers, I'm happy to answer them. But like, I understand the dissident right wing has concerns about like demographics and that. They're not talking about that. They're talking about something completely different. It's one of those situations where we have to segregate the two. We have to build a wall between the dissident right wing and the radical revolutionary far left because you're not talking about the same thing. So white supremacy on the far left means capitalism because they believe that capitalism upholds all racial disparities, and without capitalism, there would be no more racism. Imperialism is the highest form of capitalism, according to Lenin. Imperialism is like the next level above colonization, essentially. But for all intents and purposes, imperialism and colonization really mean the same thing. They use those pretty interchangeably. But that's why all of those words mean the same thing. We'll listen to that again so you guys can hear it in context.
But I don't feel confident to address what they are. The genocide in Gaza feels like a historical transformation in a very important way. But on the other hand, I think you probably make an argument that this just is the history of settler colonialism. This is the history of white supremacy. This is the history of imperialism, and it's always been this way. It's just an expression of that. And I think there's probably elements of truth to both of that. But, so yeah, I don't know how to answer that question in a way that feels satisfactory. I think it's a very thought-provoking question, though.
Okay, I'm gonna look at some. What do I have here? Oh yes. So I have a couple of maybe let's say like trans historical questions or questions on the trans historicity of these.
They don't mean trans as in gender.
Address in the
That's
book.
not what they're saying.
To be honest, when I've been talking with people about these events coming up, sitting at the bar or work or going back and forth with Red May people and other comrades and militants.
Comrades and militants.
It's odd how frequently in these interpersonal settings,
trans means
people
transform. Exactly,
really
Cookie.
do sort of shift into a broad scale, deep historical
Very good.
focus.
Very good,
Trans
Cookie Graper.
historicity being a sort of approach or watchword that a lot of people on the left, especially Marxists, are a little nervous about. Maybe unfortunately so. But typically I've pointed to the fact, transhistorical in a certain sense doesn't have to be beyond the scope or transcending history, but it could also just be shorthand for long stretches and varieties of different histories. And with the question of military and the question of social murder, this seems particularly apt. So most people are like, haven't these things always been around? What would this be to not have? What would a world look like to not have these things? So on the one hand, I'm curious how you all might approach questions of military or what.
Biden has mentioned often over the last 4 years that the FBI has put out a statement saying the top internal threat is white supremacists. That's because the FBI wants to target people of a certain political persuasion. I don't actually think that's socialist, by the way. I think this is just they want to be able to target their political enemies. And the very easiest way to target them is to label them as white supremacists. But that's, again, like we always have to be very careful about who are the populations of people that we're talking about. And so in this case, we're talking about the FBI. We're talking about Joe Biden. Joe Biden's not a socialist. Joe Biden is not a far leftist. The FBI is not socialist. The FBI is not far leftist. If anything, I would say it's more part of like a globalist WEF Malthusian thing, which, guys, the radical revolutionary socialist left is not the same thing as the WEF and Klaus Schwab and the globalist agenda. Again, I'm not saying that's not a problem. I'm saying these are two completely different groups. So these guys hate the WEF. They hate Klaus Schwab. And make no mistake, these people are globalists in the same way that the WEF are globalists. But those two groups don't like each other. And so what's going to happen is they're going to fight at some point. It's like they're both baseball teams. They both want to win the baseball game. They both want to win the World Series. But one of those teams is going to win the World Series and one of those teams is not going to win the World Series. So when I hear things about like the FBI saying that like white supremacists are the top threat, what I think is that they're trying to target political dissidents who are against globalism, who are nationalists. And because they do want the goal is globalism, but just differently than how these people want to do it. So that's how I read that. I could be wrong, but that's my take. Yeah, it is, but it's, again, we just have to be careful to understand that like the WEF has a very different idea of what globalization means than the radical revolutionary far left. And in the United States, it's the radical revolutionary far left that control the K through 12 schools, that control the universities, that control entertainment, that control media. Well, I mean, you could argue the Jews control entertainment. Okay, fine, like whatever. But the problem that we are dealing with directly in the United States is the radical revolutionary far left. That's not to say that the WEF doesn't peek its head in every once in a while. I just really want people to understand that these are just two different groups, and these groups do not like each other, and they do not play well, and they do not work together. I have specifically, when I've been undercover at socialist events, I've specifically heard socialists denounce them, talk about how much they hate them. And so it's not to say that both things aren't problems. It's just to really make sure we're being nuanced about what the problem is. Hey, I appreciate that, Y guy. Thank you so much.
Engels calls force units in the historical perspective, or sorry, in how do you respond to the trans-historical claim, the naturalization of force on the one hand, and then on the other, if there's a way in which we could say that.
Do you have evidence that there's overlap, or is it just you believe there is because your influencers lied to you and told you so? Because most conservative influencers don't know what the fuck they're talking about. There is no overlap between the radical revolutionary far left and the globalist WEF Malthusians. There is no evidence of there being overlap. They don't even like each other. There's no documentation that they're coordinating. There's no documentation that they're organizing. The only documentation that exists are conservatives lying about what's going on. And if you actually look at the receipts, okay, so you have no receipts. Got it. Klaus Schwab referenced Lenin one time, but you have no actual real world receipts. Got it. Thank you. Thank you for confirming you have no receipts. Got it.
Maybe there is a transhistorical condition to some of these factors, but if it is, it's a history of wounds. Like if there's one shared common element that unfortunately a lot of us recognize, it's a history of wounds. And so I'm curious, just on the one hand, how you all might look at social murder, military security questions to somebody on the street, somebody you've just met who brings this up. And then on the other, maybe if you don't mind, I know it's a bit of a stretch for everybody, but maybe speculate a little bit on what some conditions would look like, or things that you would like to see towards processes of the historical foundations of socialism that might push or walk us in directions that would countermand, abolish, or sublate these conditions of legality and lethality that we are experiencing today. Does that make sense? Slightly more clear than the previous thing. Maybe, I don't know.
No, they're not. They're not at all.
I would
I'm sorry.
answer your first question about kind of, or at least part of my work is aiming to show that like how as Marxists we think of the state that we live in as a capitalist state. I think.
Hang on. We'll get capitalist state. Janet, socialist superpowers, how they co-op movements. They continue their movement towards takeover. Co-op movement is a distraction. Then bam, take over. Yeah, I think that's a really good descriptor, Janet. Appreciate it. The only way they're connected is that the WEF is a fascist organization. I don't agree with that characterization, but I also don't want to argue about it right now. So we'll just do agree to disagree right now, and we'll live to fight another day. Okay.
We should look at the military.
I don't care that much
of those
about
states as
argue right now.
Military specifically, and I would kind of answer the questions rather than kind of rambling about various examples and like data points and stuff. I would recommend other books. So one is Justin Rosenberg's fantastic book, The Empire of Civil Society, a critique of the realist theory of international relations. Because I think as Marxists or people on the left, we're often like in international politics drawn to what could broadly call realism, because it seems like that, you know, the liberal approaches tend to be so hypocritical that we're like, realists must have it. And I think Justin Rosenberg does a fantastic job of deconstructing the realist theory of international relations in his book. Another great one is a non-Marxist book by great military historian Beatrice Husser, I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce her name, but her book from 2022 is called War, A Genealogy of Western Ideas and Practice. And it's a non-Marxist reading of it, but that kind of historicization of the process of how do we get to modern and contemporary forms of war, and actually talks about, there's a great chapter on the soldier. How does this idea of this thing that's distinct from mercenaries, for example, develop? So I'd recommend that book if people are open to a non-Marxist.
Who are the British protesters who are carrying signs say stop racism and fascism, refugees welcome? Those are radical revolutionary socialists. The UK is actually worse off in terms of radical revolutionary socialists than the US. It's actually much stronger and much better organized in the UK, probably because smaller population. But like, yeah, so those are all radical revolutionary leftists. And when they're saying stop racism and fascism, it's a reference to capitalism. When they're saying refugees welcome, it's because they don't believe that borders should exist. They believe that borders are a control mechanism of capitalism. Smash the far right means that they want socialism.
Reading. That's the thing with studying security and war. You have to read non-Marxists because otherwise you would read very little. But yeah, reading critically is important. So I'd recommend those, I think.
She wants Sean. She likes Sean, the most handsome of
So
all.
On the question of transhistorical, I think that there's two. People use this term in a couple different ways, and I think it's good to specify. So I think correctly that Marx has some transhistorical conceptions. He says in the introduction to the Grundrisse very directly, there are some determinations of social production that are present in all eras of human history.
Here we go.
And so there are some transhistorical elements to human sociality. And sociality itself is a transhistorical quality. It's in the concept of human being. The thing is, for Marx, he thinks that stuff is largely a backdrop and doesn't really do any explanatory work. So it's not that there's nothing transhistorical, it's that what's transhistorical explains very little. And so the objection to transhistoricality is not, oh, there's nothing transhistorical. The objection is that which is transhistorical sheds very little light. And I think that's a fairly important point, because there are people who, Marxists, who wrongly think that Marx doesn't have any transhistorical conceptions, or that there are no valid transhistorical conceptions. That's just an error on their part. But the thing is like all human societies seem to involve language and tool use. That's just straightforwardly true. And so what? That doesn't explain very much. So I think the point is that to really explain things, we have to be historically specific. Marx also says there are determinations that are true of multiple eras of multiple epochs of social production, of human history, but not all of them. I think that's also very important. There's a great old labor song, "We Have Fed You All for 1,000 Years." It was published, I think, in 1905, 1908. So that says from 900 to, taken literally, from 900 to 1900, there's been an oppressed class who has fed them, fed a you. That's true, right? Marx and Engels say this. History is a history of class struggle, which implies history is a history of class societies. That doesn't mean that class is baked into human sociality as such. Not at all. Class is a historical phenomenon. It came into being at some point after the existence of human societies, and it will pass away when we finally get to a classless communist society. And so I think that that's also something, that when you're saying, well, hasn't this always existed? I would think no. But the truth of the people say, well, that's always existed. That's literally false. But what's useful, the rational kernel of that's true, is that elements of what Jasmine and I are talking about are baked into class societies as such. And capitalism is not the first class society. It's incumbent that we make it be the last class society. And if we don't, there will be forms of harm that share things in common if humanity exits capitalism into a new form of class society, there will be some elements of harm in common with what Jasmine and I were talking about in that new society. But I think what we're both getting at, in part, is trying to say, well, let me back up one more time. Class is a relationship of subordination, and that's harmful. If you have class societies, people are suffering and probably dying from class relationships. But what we're both drawing out is that there are capitalism-specific forms of organizing class relationships and organizing those harms. And so that would be my response to that. Saying, well, hasn't this always existed? No, but it has existed a long time. And what people are pointing out is that, which I think is really important, is the thread that connects different forms of class societies and their generation of harm. And whether that's what matters, or whether what matters is the capitalism specific elements, or whether what matters is, trying to say in response to the previous question, or what matters is like the more granular concrete detail of, this military atrocity in Gaza today, or, silicosis in this industry today. Like, that depends on what the task is, right? All those claims are true. They're just claims that are made at different levels of analytical abstraction, and which level of analytical abstraction to use depends on the situation you're in and why you're using it. So that would be my response. And very quickly, on the history of wounding, I think I really like that way of putting it. Class is a wound. Yes. Class is a wounding relationship.
This is Cookie. I literally just wrote about this on my Substack yesterday when I wrote an article about like what does equity mean. So you're 100% correct. The age-old socialist fantasy is to eliminate all hierarchy, except all animals are equal. But every time a socialist, yeah. So every time they're talking about class, every time you guys hear the word equity is about leveling the hierarchies. Okay? So what they think is that people who own more private property than other people are the powerful, they are the bourgeois, they are the oppressors. People who own less private property have less access to money, have less access to resources. They are the proletarian, they are the oppressed. That's a hierarchy. The whole point of Marxism is to flatten the hierarchy. It's the same thing with gender. It's the same thing with race. So they believe that capitalism created slavery, which put men in positions of owning people as private property, put Black people in the position of being owned as property, which makes them the oppressors. This in turn created systemic racism or institutional racism, the system that upholds racism. If we get rid of capitalism, which is the system that upholds racism, we flatten the hierarchy. The same thing is true with gender. Capitalism created the gender binary, men and women. Men went into the workplace where they had access to all the power and all the money. Women went into the home where they did the unpaid labor of raising the next generation of proletarian workers. If we get rid of the gender binary, which was created by capitalism, we flatten the hierarchy. Every single time people hear the term equity, equity is not about fairness. Equity is not about justice. Equity is about an unequal distribution of resources in order to flatten the hierarchy.
The relation seems to be the case that class societies are societies with militaries. I don't know. I'm just spitballing there, but I would guess that you don't have, where you have one, you have the other. If you have a class society, you have something like a military. If you have a military, you have a class society. We have a hunch. I'm not sure, but those the categories of. That's all a history of wounding, and how that wounding is organized varies by time and place concretely. But there's also a history of solidarity and universality. There's a long history of movements. Like I said, I'm from the anti-globalization generation. There was a phrase that was taken up in that era, omnia sunt communia, everything for everyone, which was a sort of hearkening back to pre-capitalist, communist peasant rebellions. That's a sort of saying, well, look, we can look back to this longer history of solidarity. And to my mind, you asked sort of the historical foundation of socialism. To my mind, that foundation resides almost entirely in the subject, like in the building of a conscious class subject. I don't think that there are objective openings to that other than like the ruling class fucks up and creates an opportunity for the movement. I don't think class domination moves. And this is thing reasonable people can disagree on, though I think I'm right about this. I don't think systems of domination move of their own volition, of their own inherent tendencies toward non-domination. At most, they move toward variations on domination, and actual emancipation rests upon the construction of a large collectivity. I'm not a Leninist, but Lenin has a very apt quote on this. Politics begins when millions are in motion, not thousands, millions, right? So the historical foundation will be millions in motion imbued
That's an
with
interesting quote.
It doesn't have to be Marxist, but it has to be able to do the things Marxism can do. Millions in motion with an analysis and with an ethic of solidarity, with an ethos of universality, and so on. And that has to be built. That would be my response to the historical foundations of socialism part.
Yeah, and just to add one more thing, I think the question of, it's just like, I mean, the kind of question of history and all this kind of stuff can seem a bit like academic, and there's nothing wrong with the academic. I mean, I find it fun, but I think the importance of this question is basically a question of can society be otherwise? Can the way we are be otherwise, right? And so by saying like things have always been this way, the implication of that is things cannot be different, right? And I think that's why that capitalism is a historical thing, means that it can be transcended, like that things can be otherwise. And that I just want to reiterate is that that's the importance of this question when we get down to it, is like what the idea of like like, are you completely governed by something called human nature, or like that people are inherently bad or greedy or competitive or whatever? That's a theory of change.
Competition creates hierarchy, guys. So they don't believe in when
theory of not change.
When socialists have like childcare programs where instead of playing a game of Monopoly in their childcare programs, socialists actually, I have a picture of this. Socialists actually redid the game Monopoly so that it's more about building a commune, in which in the socialist version of Monopoly, everyone wins. And it's about sharing and teaching people to, give up your resources to help someone else. It's not competitive. It's not about building houses and hotels. It's not about collecting money. It's literally about building a commune. And those are the games that they teach in socialist daycare, because they believe that competition creates the hierarchy where someone will have more resources, more money than other people. I forget what they call it exactly. Again, I have a picture of it somewhere, but it's like it's some sort of like commune thing, but it's based off of Monopoly.
Inside itself, and I just wanted to kind of reiterate, like, why is this an interesting or important question? Yeah.
And I'm going to jump in again quickly. Also, Jasmine, your talk really laid this out very, very effectively in the emphasis on the reliance of the military and other facets of capitalism on cooperative labor. That cooperation has to be constructed. People have to be disciplined into it, and it can be withdrawn. And there's a tremendous amount of effort that goes into preventing that withdrawal, which also means a tremendous amount of effort in preventing or working against the organization of people to withdraw from that and to and to posit our cooperative, the potential of our cooperative activity in a different direction. And so I think that also gets into the antagonism thing that that you talk more about. And I said this is a limitation of my stuff, is that this stuff is also contested all the time. And my chapter focuses on the ways in which to the degree my chapter gets involved, I focus on the ways in which the state misdirects those forms of contestation. And I'm right about that, but a limitation of my chapter and my stuff broadly is that I don't do enough to draw out that those limited forms of contestation still matter in lots of ways. They're not reducible to limits. They can contribute to the building of a class subject in important ways. And they also demonstrate the at least at some level, at least notionally, the vulnerability of the system, so that it's not a permanent. Domination isn't permanent. It is historical. It arose in the past, it will pass away in the future. And that passing away will come through the withdrawal of our cooperative labor and the organization of new forms of cooperative labor. But I think the ongoing presence of forms of contestation are really important for as a part of that foundation, for establishing it. And also that's what a larger movement for socialist revolution will in fact grow out of, or these local pockets of people positing alternative values, pursuing forms of democratization, and so on. Folks don't often know that that's what they're doing, and this is a point where, you know, people do, not to say that the working classes, I don't agree with the classical, you know, the working class is limited to trade union consciousness. I don't think that's true, but I do think that there has to be a surpassing of a consciousness of, we're just an interest group within a society that can't go away. There has to be a shift toward a consciousness of, we want ours now in the short term in this society, but we want this society to pass away. But I do think that those small instances of antagonism that break out have the potential to help people move in that direction. I don't think it's automatic, though, and that's also a reason why efforts like Red May to say we need to put this analysis out very broadly, I think are so important.
So I got one last question for y'all.
We're almost there. Almost done.
Really want to bring it back into the book. So again, with Red May, we're doing a series this July. This upcoming Friday, July 12th, we've got Alyssa Battistoni and Rob Hunter. On Wednesday, July 17th, we've got Raphael Kachaturian, Eva Nanopoulos, and Stephen Mayer coming in. I'm going to ask everybody this question, so if any of you all are watching coming up, get some answers ready. The book is called Marxism and the Capitalist State. I feel like we've tread and navigated that aspect a lot today in very clarifying ways, especially, and again, redeeming our boy Engels, extending the Marxism well beyond old Karl. The subtitle to the book, After the Colon, Towards a New Debate. So my question for you is kind of pretty simple. Like, what do you hope, each of you together, however you want to do it, what do you hope people take away from this book? And what do you see as the new debate? What are the grounds of the new debate that you're looking for? If that makes sense.
I'll jump in, Jasmine. You look like you're still mulling. So I think I mentioned it, or you mentioned it at the beginning. Tony Smith has written a really good review of the book, and his review draws out the areas of agreement among the chapters, and it also draws out some of the disagreements. So I would encourage folks to look at that. And one of the things that he underlines as an area of disagreement, there are others. So one area of disagreement is just people who have different theoretical touchstones, different explanatory frameworks, and so on. But another one that he draws out is there is a question of,
yeah, so over on Rumble, Toasty Seeds says, fun DuckDuckGo search, RedMay.org, even a Seattle Times article boosting it. Yeah, Red May does a ton of socialist events in Seattle. So if you are in the greater Seattle area, during the month of May, they do socialist movie screenings, they do socialist coffee shop talks, they do stuff that they stream online. They're starting to do stuff throughout the year too, but Red May is a very, there are a lot of people involved in Red May in Seattle. It's been around a long time. These are radical revolutionary socialists.
What's the ceiling
Seattle is
on
uber
reformist
socialist
efforts, and what's the
Chaz was a socialist thing. Yeah, they do every once in a while. They do stuff outside of May, which is good for us.
Value of reformist struggles.
They do good content.
And so that's a good debate, and I think we could push that further and say, what's the relationship between the state and various kinds of struggles? And it seems to be the case that reformist struggles are, I don't know if they're inherent. I was going to say inherently, but I'm second guessing myself. Reformist struggles tend to be a relationship to the state in important ways, in the capitalist state, and the capitalist state tends to work to keep those struggles system compatible and to prevent things from getting out of hand. Like I said, my stuff isn't as good on this as I'd like it to be. I'm actually working on a response to the review, to Tony's remarks in the review, because it's stuff I've been meaning to think about for a while. So I've thought a lot about, but I haven't written it down. So I think so. One of the things I would like people to grapple with those questions. I think they're really significant, and I think that the fact that the chapters do come from different backgrounds, theoretically have different objects of immediate analysis, do have some different politics. I think that's stuff that would be good for people to just argue through that, and then there's some practical questions that get thrown up periodically by the movement. We saw the repressive apparatus of the state come in a big way a few years ago in response to the uprisings after the murder of George Floyd. We're seeing the repressive apparatus of the state massively deployed in the genocide in Gaza. So there's sets of questions around that. It'd be really nice to see the class go on the march a little bit more and see.
Yes, Antifa they're anarcho-communists. So Antifa is like the militant arm of. Now there are anarcho-communists who are not Antifa. But like Antifa is like the militant arm of the anarcho-communists. And most of Antifa are also queer Marxists too. There's a very big overlap between Antifa and queer Marxists because these people are mentally ill on 15 different levels. We can talk about that another day.
Questions of strategy come to the fore. So I mean that's also I think an issue, like what the salience of the issue. The issues that should be debated partly arise from what the context is. And, right now the context feels pretty bleak to me, though I work on pretty bleak stuff. So maybe that's, more me. But, as the class goes on the march a little bit more, the debate shifts in a different direction. But one other thought on this, there's there's a text from 1936 by Anton Pannekoek called
Andy
Class and Party. Maybe it's Party and Class, I don't remember. But he has a bit where he says it's easy to think that we should all just agree with each other. And there's a classical notion of the party as a collection of people who all just agree. But the reality is politics is hard and the movement throws up hard questions and our class opponents throw up hard questions about what to do. And the actual reality is that we're going to continue to have contention around this, and that calls to unity against contention. You need to have contention organized the right way. But it's just the historical process is one of disagreement over this stuff, and I think that's just accurate and true. And so I think the part of what should people get from the book? People should read the stuff and work through it, and then draw their own conclusions. In the contexts that they're in, ideally collectively discussing it with comrades and coworkers.
Go back into the archive.
It feels like a not a very satisfactory answer. Have the debate, I guess, but that's my honest opinion.
I mean, it's actually pretty easy once you get kind of the basic mise en scène. Maybe I guess I can make a Venn diagram, but once you get it, you'll get it. Just baby queen, keep coming back. Your cherry has been popped tonight. You got a heavy dose of dystopia. Just keep coming back. We'll show you more stuff. Once you get it, you can't unsee it. We'll help you. It'll be fine.
We've tried to roll the rock forward a little bit further, but there's a lot more rolling forward to do.
Yeah, I feel similarly. I think towards a new debate, I mean, there will be people who know the old debates, and there'll be people who are younger or newer to this stuff who don't. And I think, as we mentioned before, the introductory chapter is really fantastic, laying out kind of what's come before, why a debate at all, why a debate now, what are our resources for working through these things. So what I hope is that people engage in it. And if it's your first time engaging with these issues, it can be really overwhelming, but get into it, because it's, I think, intellectually rewarding, politically rewarding. And I would also hope that people get into it not in the sense that you need to figure out what is the one true answer to everything, and who are the idiots amongst us. I think we can go into it with a relatively non-sectarian kind of mindset. We'll all benefit, as much as that's possible. Because I think there are different things that I believe and think are true, and things I think are not true, and things that annoy me to no end. But I definitely don't think that I have answered more than a small fraction of the questions that weren't answered. So that's my investment in the debate is, as we said, the capitalist state is constantly changing. It's constantly adapting. There's plenty of new horrors greeting us every year and every week, it seems. So, and the state is, as much as it pretends to not be a part of it, it is. And we need to understand them and debate them and, do self-criticism also. So I hope people go into it with an open-minded kind of view, not with a view to kind of find enemies or find a new kind of stake out a new identity kind of claim in like, I'm this kind of Marxist, because that can be very annoying and not helpful, I think. I hope people read the book and enjoy it and join the rest of the Red May discussions, because there's some really like stonking good people who will be talking who have fantastic chapters, and I'm sure we'll have amazing things to say. So that's what I hope for the new debate.
The book is called...
All right, I think that's pretty much done. They're just going to do a little wrap up now. Who raised these people? Do their parents have anything in common? Just curious what causes these people to think they know so much and turn socialist. I cannot overstate the impact that the full capture of the public schools has had on this. The public schools need to go away. This is why no school choice. School choice is not going to fix this problem. The public schools are completely corrupted. They've been corrupted for a long time. We're talking about decades and decades. We're talking about 2 generations at least, possibly even more than that, probably even more than that. The public schools is where most people are first exposed to these ideas. And not high school. We're talking about when they're 5 years old, when they're starting kindergarten. And that's true across all countries. Not countries, all states. Red states, blue states. If you live in a red area and you think you're safe, I promise you are not. If you live in a state where they pass laws against teaching this stuff, I promise you they are still teaching it. And that's because I have them on tape saying they're still teaching it and they're breaking the law. So the schools are a very big problem. I will say, though, that a lot of radical revolutionary socialist activists have socialist parents. It's like a multi-generational thing. And so for people who say that socialists are just going to kill themselves off from abortion, or that leftists are just going to kill themselves off from abortion, that's not going to happen. Like they've been creating new socialists for, a while now. A lot of people that I've met when I've been undercover at events, they had socialist parents, their parents had socialist parents. So that's not to say that all people have socialist parents and that they become socialists, because that's not true either. That's not to say that everyone who is a socialist had socialist parents. That's not true. Again, the public schools are a really, really big problem, but there is something to that. Let's see, couple last chats before we wrap up for tonight. My nephews are going to be homeschooled. Please homeschool your kids, guys. Please homeschool your kids. You will thank me later. I know it's scary. I know people don't want to do it, but please homeschool your kids. The very last thing free people should want is agents of the state being in charge of their children, are taught to think and believe. Why do cons keep trying to fix them? It's so stupid that conservatives keep trying to fix the public schools. It really is. Now, listen, I think there is value in school choice, in that school choice forces parents to critically evaluate the schools. And parents actually start looking into the schools. They start realizing how bad things are. So from a change management perspective, I'm fine with pursuing school choice, just as long as we're very clear that school choice is not going to fix this problem, because the problem comes from the teaching pool. The problem comes with the teachers coming out of universities. The same teachers that work in private schools or charter schools or the better public school down the street, they're all coming from the same universities. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what school you send your kids to. They're going to be taught by teachers who were fully indoctrinated in the colleges of education. And now we're getting to a place where we're graduating our first high school and college classes of kids who have been fully ingrained in equity in their school curriculum since they were 5 years old. So the schools are not fixable. And the sooner that people start understanding this and really start pushing hard for the absolute defunding of the Department of Education, I would go so far as to say defund public education entirely. I don't want to pay for this. And take that money and allow people to hire tutors, to pool their resources together, to create educational pods. We need to completely overhaul public education in this. Well, I mean, we need to get rid of public education. We need to completely overhaul education in this country. Because the fact of the matter is 20% of the population is functionally illiterate. That's just reality. Can we just think about that? 20% of our population cannot read. That's the result of the public schools. People are stupider today than they have ever been. And that's because of the public schools. So that's the last thing I'll say. We've been streaming for an hour and a half. I appreciate everyone who made it till the very end. As a reminder, we do Socialism Saturday every Saturday at 6 p.m. And if you would like to get updates and get access to my breakdowns of the far left, please head over to my Substack, Carlin, KARLYN.substack.com. The very best way to support the work I'm doing is by signing up as a member on the Substack for $8 a month, $80 a year. I am completely 100% funded by you. If you guys don't pay to support my work, it doesn't get done. If you guys don't support what I'm doing, I don't write articles, I don't make podcasts, I can't do these streams because I got to make money somehow, man. I got to pay a mortgage too. So if you can sign up for $8 a month, $80 a year, you help me keep my work free for everyone. I really do want to try to make my work free for as many people as possible. But in order to make that work, I need some people who are financially able to step up and fund it. And I really do appreciate it, guys. Tomorrow, I will be sending out an email that looks like this. It won't be this email. It'll be tomorrow's email. And if you scroll all the way down to the bottom of that email, you will find your supporter perks. You will find the Zoom links to the private Zoom calls. You will find the link to the supporter Discord. Again, programming note, we usually do movie night on Sundays in my supporter Discord. I don't know if we're doing movie night because it depends on if Jennifer feels up to it. Jennifer had something happen, and I'm not going to say what it is. I will say that Jennifer herself is fine, but it's sad. And I'm gonna let her tell people in the way that she wants to tell people. She might not be in a headspace to do it, and everyone needs to send Jennifer love. Jennifer hosts our weekly movie nights, and it's just sad. It's sad, and so we may not do it tomorrow. I will keep everyone updated, but in the meantime, guys, take care. Have a great rest of your night. We'll see you soon. Bye.